Good evening, everyone. I am exhausted, but I'm able to start on time today, so I suppose things are going well in that sense. All right, so I want to get a little bit of preliminary work out of the way. I just wanted to sort of say where the stream is at, there's a couple of details to maybe mention in terms of the videos, book of hours, and just all of the different things that are happening. And then also I wanted to try and set some expectations for today. I like playing Book of Hours a lot. In fact, I like playing it so much that I have obviously been like running hot in terms of the time it takes to do a stream, and I'm feeling the effects of that. It wasn't necessarily the most restful weekend for me. I'm very happy to have been doing a lot of the stuff, but the fact of the matter is that at the end of this week, there is going to be not just the Steam stream, where we will be playing Book of Hours on the Steam webpage when the game becomes available for sale, but we're going to be also doing an interview with the creators of the game on Friday. And I'm feeling the effects of having done so much Book of Hours up to this point here. So I do sort of want to make sure that the next couple of days I get a proper, just some proper sleep in, and just make sure that I'm sort of fresh for those. And what that's going to mean is that for today and likely for Wednesday as well, I intend to do a nice full run of Book of Hours, but I'm almost certainly not going to be doing these 10-hour marathons, and part of that is just because I kind of wanted to just have a nap today, but I did promise that there would be more Book of Hours. I'm really looking forward to this, and I want to enjoy the last. Realistically, we've got 2 more streams before the game releases, and I want to enjoy these last two days of streaming. I'd love to share that with you. Hopefully, get everybody nice and excited for the release of Book of Hours. But I'm coming in at sort of a very I'm very worn out today, and I've got a tea in front of me. I'm probably going to wind up having to take a couple of breaks to refill that. But I also don't want to sound too worn out. I'm looking forward to streaming today. I just wanted to let people know I'm starting on time, and I'm probably not going to wind up going at the time that I did last time. So let's get some preliminaries out of the way. First of all, I heard new sounds. Welcome to Hush House. This is a special guest preview edition of Book of Hours. It's as close to the launch build as we can make it. We're now into version 2023 8A6, UI and environment improvements, unique interactions with some visitors and books. Timothy and Mrs. K can now use additional resources. The Wisdom Tree auto-evicts cards left in by mistake. View previous endings histories button on the menu. And skill level display on cards. If you run into any problems, mail us at support@weatherfactory.biz. Please send us your autosave.json and your player.log from your save directory. Ask over email if you can't find that. For those of you that do want to leave... Cool. I'm definitely going to look forward to reading these. All right, Sorry, we did the news. Let's get the authors up. So, Weather Factory is design, writing, and coding. Alexis Kennedy. Oh, yes. Hello, Charles Olmsted. Just a couple days away, indeed. Weather Factory is design, writing, and coding. Alexis Kennedy. Art production, marketing, Lottie Bevan. We salute our collaborators. Additional coding by Roman Laskudov, Knights of Unity, and FRGM. Additional art by Adrian Degan, Clockwork Cuckoo, and Catherine Unger. Music by Maribeth Solomon, Mickey Mar Productions. SFX by Sound Cuts. Very special thank you to the Steam page localization people, including, I will make special mention of Clock Q, who has been very kindly retweeting and liking the material. And man, I could use Fingal's coffee on Trafalgar Road, I think. Actually, I need to run off. I was eager to try and start on time, but there is actually a couple details I forgot to set up. So, like I said, I'm gonna try and be a little bit more responsible in terms of when I go to bed and such today. And unfortunately, that's going to mean that I have a little bit less. There's going to be less time on Book of Hours, but I will make sure that I do today and Wednesday. I was trying to do some debugging, and I actually found something kind of obvious in retrospect, but I can see why I didn't find it before. And then, what else? Oh, this is nice. Kind of feel I don't exactly like. I know I hunt around for these a lot, but it's usually just hunting for the specific elements, like the specific aspects. I've always just sort of ordered them based on their level, but this is definitely a nice little helper. But yeah, so there's that. Finishing. Oh yeah, sorry. The only other thing I wanted to say. I am also starting a new YouTube series for Book of Hours, so I wanted to leave it a little bit closer to release, so people didn't feel that they were seeing too much of the game. I mean, obviously for stream, I've gotten quite a bit deeper than I would for the YouTube series. But yeah, the YouTube series, I sort of felt, you know what, leading week is probably reasonable enough for that. That is also why I'm a little bit more tired. But I do need to wrap up one really quick thing. So I'm actually going to just put up the break screen really quick. I won't run... it might be better to run ads, to be completely honest. Just save people the trouble. You know what? I think it will. So sorry about that. Please enjoy the music. I'll try and be back as quickly as I can, just a couple minutes. I will run the ads just to help people with the pre-roll. But I'll be back. I'm sorry I didn't sort this out better at the start, but I gotta, like I said, I'm tired and disorganized, so I'll be back in just a little bit. All right, I'm really sorry about that, but thank you all for your patience. Hopefully I'm a little bit more alert now as well. I got a glass of water as well as the tea. I know we lost some people off of that, but that's life. Okay, so one thing that's very different from the YouTube playthrough that I've been doing, I have a different journal, but I also just have a very different approach. So in the YouTube series, I've actually been trying to commit. I've been trying to commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms as quickly as I can. Whereas this one, I've been doing the opposite. I've been holding things off. So we've got, what do we've got here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 48. I know we've got a handful of languages that we need. So let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. We would need, so if you've seen Deep Mandiac, Vac, Kilisimi, Hyklos, I think it is. Hyksos. Ericapaean. Okay, let's try that again. So Hyksos, Ericapaean, Deep Mandiac, Vac, Sabzine, Kilisimi, okay, so it looks like about 6 languages. And then I'd be willing to guess probably... I was actually going to say 2 more in terms of... I was going to say 2 more in terms of the... skills that I've committed. So there's the one for the kernel, scars or whatever. You know what? Okay, I don't need to guess. Disciplines of the Scar. I can't believe it took me that long. But yeah, so I know there's at least one skill that we don't have yet. But in any case, I think we are getting to a point here where I need to actually start seriously considering where these things go on the Tree of Wisdoms. I suppose one other question for me would be, so let's guess here that we're going to fill this whole window. So again, I think we said 48. And then we'll add another, we'll add another 8. So that's 56. So in theory, if we do go up to 56, there are 9. So what is it? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, sorry, let's start from the top. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so it would seem to me that you cannot hope to commit. You can't hope to get like to the top level for everything. I'm also assuming that there is a limit. Now, actually, one of the things that's worth saying, though, is that the game does have, in its loading menus, it does say that there is always a path forward. So I don't think you can wind up into a situation where you've committed all of your skills and you're not able to get to the top. Especially because I also find it kind of hard to believe that to get to 9... Well, maybe. But, like, the idea of trying to get the lesson learned... And then 8, 8 memories is That seems tough. In any case, we'll worry about that later. I have lots of things that I can do. Now, like I said, there are a few things that I've learned about the game in between. I feel a little bad about this because I think somebody was asking about this before, but we'll deal with these as they emerge. But I think I found a bug that was causing a few pausing problems for me. Now, we had been talking about the Earth sign. I've noticed that, so this right now is in my inventory, but you'll notice that Earth sign is not actually a thing. So, in the tracks of beasts and the convulsions of his own carapace, in Eggvein and Shell Shadow, the many-eyed one found the signs which can be history. An Earth sign is an auspice traced on the cloaked shape of the Earth, perceptible to the sensitive, interpreted only by the wise. So this is Nectar Scale. It's a memory. It's persistent. Persistent memories survive the dawn, but when the season called Numa passes, they will depart with it. Numa comes to Brankrug every 9 seasons, but exactly when is never certain. And Omen, those who know see, those who see know. So this is something that I'm going to want to make use of, before the end of next Numa, but it's not an item. This is in fact a memory. So now it does feel a little weird not to use. It feels a little weird not to use this as an omen. The challenge is that I'm not 100% sure what to do with them. So I know that omens can be used as an application with an instrument. I think they can be used with altars. Yeah, so devotion. Giant clock action. So yeah, needless to say, there's probably quite a bit that I can be. There's quite a bit that I can be investigating, let's say, with the Earth sign. I suppose the other thing I would be curious about is we did get that from a book. Let me just write that. 2 nectar, 2 scale. Omen and giant clock, ominous. So I'm kind of curious, if I read Wrapped in the King, am I going to get this Earth sign back? But again, it's just a question. There's lots of things that I can do, right? So let's think about how we're going to set up the day. I know I sort of, last stream, I locked myself into a bunch of decisions, and I think that was the right call, but I genuinely do not remember anything that I was doing. So, okay, so I'm getting something from the Rose of Hypatia. I am resting my Faust for some reason. So I'm gonna guess here this is gonna be related to the amalgam of the Red Rose. Oh, right. I think I was trying to boost up Bells and Braziers. But let's actually take some time to properly work that out. So the Rose of Hypatia gives me Solace, 2 heart and 1 sky. All right. Well, okay, there's a sky there. But what else did I want out of this? New art on the car. Are you thinking the Earth sign or top left? This can't be what you're referring. Oh, are you talking about the little numbers? Yeah, that's just the skill number there. Yeah. God, what the hell was I doing? Clearly, I locked myself into something. So I think I'm giving Reverend to... So just if I think this through, I'm pretty sure I was giving Reverend Timothy... I think I was giving Reverend Timothy the spanner so that I can read the forge text. But how do I square that with the solace? Unless I was trying to build up bells and braziers. That would need 2 more... regret. Yeah, Winter Forge. So I'm moving on bells and braziers, and then I guess the story here was I was going to try and move up the amalgam of the red rose, but I think I'm actually ready now to just lock in the tool. And then bells and braziers up to 4 forge. Yeah, this is the weird one for me. So I can get it up to 4 forge with the skill. My shaft can take it up to 5, and then I can get 6. Oh yeah. But this doesn't explain why I was trying to recover my Faust. Camerooni, morning, evening there. I suppose just watched the fresh run of intro clips on YouTube after the previous 10-hour video, and it's made you excited for the game. Really struggled with Cultist Simulator. Bought the Perpetual Edition on release, but barely played it. Got more enjoyment from your videos than playing it yourself. Oh yeah, no worries. So I'm sorry you didn't feel you got the value out of it, Camerooni, because I really do enjoy Cultist Simulator. And not to sound too mercenary, but I actually think that Book of Hours may be exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, so you know what the funny thing is? I feel like if I just waited with the shaft, I'd be guaranteed to get it. But yeah, the more I'm looking at it, the more I see things locked into the desks. So I'm gonna let the timer run by, and then we'll see where we go with the rest of it. But Book of Hours is definitely something that is more geared towards a like it doesn't have as many sort of hard blocks and things like that. Whereas this one, you're sort of allowed to sort of run around the environment and do whatever you want. Yeah, I mean, it's still the same format as Cultist Simulator in the sense of there being timers and things like that, but the big difference, for me at least, is that for this game, you like in the case of Cultist Simulator, if you don't figure out how to support you, like if you can't make a living, you're dead and you need to start over again. Whereas Book of Hours, you can struggle with puzzles and you can, you can get lost, but the trust comes and gives you money every year. And generally, like if you find you're in a pickle, like you can spend a bit more time and you'll be able to figure it out. It's, there's lots of lore. There's all the stuff that people like about Cultist Simulator running around in here, but it's just a very different sort of atmosphere. I think I'm going to talk with Reverend Timothy just because I'm a little short on things to do. Reverend Timothy is always happy to chat. I'm still trying to figure out what on earth I was thinking with the lantern, but... D.I. Douglas Moore, Detective Illuminate of the Suppression Bureau, a stoic but weary fellow. His dearest wish is to move to Chingford and grow roses, but the buggers won't let him retire. The affair of the open reverend. In a highly specialized clinic in an obscure corner of the capital, specialists study the ecstatic agonies of the case known only as the open reverend, who once was the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes, Fore Street. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. Visitors with an interest in heart or winter mysteries will want to talk about this. Hello, Watching Cucumber. Is that, sorry, is that new? It shows who shows up for it? Well, this tells us who we've already acted on, so I'll read these when we satisfy the needs of Douglas Moore. But no, we've seen this before. All right, where were we? We may have also been on a new one. So it shows the visitors. I believe it also shows you. So we've used Apollo and Marsyas a lot. So it also shows you who you've used the book with. Okay, so there's the regret. There's the foresight. Yeah, this is definitely looking like... The thing that weirds me out, though, is why the solace? What did I think I was trying to accomplish with that? So, like, the part... So the thing that's weirding me out in terms of the day's plans is not... it's not so much the... leveling up bells and braziers. I think I understand why I did that. But I'm trying to figure out, why did I refresh my Faust? And why did I go for a solace? Because I can't quite reconcile that with everything else that I'm doing here. And particularly because I did that, I gave up a health on one of these things. So it may be tied with one of the rooms. 7 nectar... 7 moon. Yeah, those aren't really... That doesn't answer it. This is about paper, so we don't... or not paper, ink. So the thing is that I suppose if the argument would be, I mean, that is a rhetorical question for me anyway, but like, so yeah, if I suppose in this case the idea would be I would want to use the solace instead of the foresight or the regret for bells and braziers. Maybe that's because it's the only sky that I could generate. Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm not throwing away my best opportunity here. So we'll take bells and braziers for... So that'll go up to 4. With the foresight, we can bring that up to 6. Yeah, this is... Oh, no, I remember now. Right, okay. I was upgrading the Faust because... sorry, I was bringing about the Faust because the Faust has Sky, and the Sky is what I need for locking it in. Yes, because I can get the it's not so that I can take the risk on the book, it's because I can read the book without without needing to risk anything. So it doesn't quite explain why I use the tool on Timothy, save for the fact that I think I was planning on risking the book, but I didn't need to in the end. But yeah, so I've got I need to use my Faust to upgrade Bells and Braziers, Solace, Regret, and Faust to upgrade Bells and Braziers. Foresight for the book. We combine that with one of the Forge tools. That'll give us the 8 that we need, and we can get it. Cameron says you might just need some sleep. The older video you watched, you were going to go to bed in 3 hours, and you had to giggle every time you mentioned finishing up, knowing that you're going to keep going. Yeah. No, it's I said this at the very beginning as well. Like I really wanted to just go kind of crawl under the covers and have a nap, but I knew if I did that, then that's just gonna continue the terrible trend. So, but I am definitely, as you can hear, I'm having trouble sort of getting everything together. So I do apologize for being a bit fuzzy. You can keep talking with Reverend Timothy, but I know today's path now. We'll have a whist left over to make some choices, but all right, I deserved a little quiet time. So now we'll consider Bells and Braziers. Bells and Braziers. We'll put Faust in for effort. We'll put in Solace and Regret. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Oh yeah, there was one thing I wanted to test on the bugs. Probably just as well that I don't like show that stuff on stream anyway, but all right, the skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So what we can do now is we can go to Ambrose's desk. We'll add the memory, we'll add Bells and Braziers, we'll add Shaft for the element of the soul, we will add the amalgam of the red rose, forge a wavering spark. So now we just need the appropriate tools. Here we will add a square, the Mason's Pride. I can master this mystery. Forge the kindled flame. The Amalgam of the Red Rose, an account by Mistress Red Flower of the alchemical operations favored by the House of Lancaster, also identified with the Sunset Road. These operations ultimately led to their victory in the War of the Roads, but are described as now debased. Alright, so I guess the next question is, what do we want to do with the rest of the day? We will be talking with DI more. I suppose the question, though, is given the time it will take to read the Forge text, what do I want to do with Whist? I guess we can probably make like an Eigengrau or something. We'll give it some time, though. So one thing I could do is try and work out some plans for exploring the higher levels of the house. So the lowest numerical value I need is 7 now, I think. But these are the ones that are harder for me to get. I guess in this case here, so if we wanted 7 nectar, we get 2 from the Orchard Keeper, 2 from Rain. Can get them up to 5. And then maybe the dandelion wine? Yes. Okay. So we can use the we can get the orchard keepers to help us open up other areas of the house. The generals of the houses of Lancaster and York are described as brother enemies, a term more usually associated with the dyadic, invariably twinned edgelong. It would be nice if the tower bells could become functional again. Indeed. Well, I mean, I did upgrade my bells and braziers. But yeah, this one I would figure probably Denzel is my best bet. We don't have the metal yet. Although again, I am getting to a point where maybe I don't have anything to prove with the skills anymore. We'll see. So if I'm going to do something with my whist, I should probably get it done soon. Mind you, we're so close to the end of this book that we can at least see what we... Alright, and I've read. The author's conclusion is that in the absence of the operations of the Dawn Road, the operations of Sunset inevitably become unbalanced, debased, and ultimately enfeebled. The combination of the two is described tantalizingly as the Forge's true alloy. So let me just take a minute here to enter this into my spreadsheet. And we have got Meniscate Reflection, so I believe that is a new skill for us. We got a Foresight for our trouble. And Meniscate Reflections gives us Edge and Forge, so we're not able to do anything with the Whist with that, but that's fine. There's other things we can do. So, without is purified, within is erased. So, let's go, and I think it's just an Eigengrow today. Oops. It's still a kind of possibility. All right, so 2 Forge, 1 Edge. I think I said we're at the limits in the library here, so maybe let's find another place for the Fire Circle Tantra, seeing as it does take up more space than the others. So maybe we'll make a Tantra shelf here. What's the final symbol? I don't know what you mean by that, Pandorian. Are you talking about the language? Okay, I think we will help the good detective. I think we've had something like this before. It's theoplasmic contamination, so we can use that to remove the contamination from the books, although I don't believe that's the one we need to worry about. And we've got the Fifth Eye Curse on 2 of them. And then Oh, my apologies, Chionic Theoplasma, but that's a heart. It's a heart one, so so I'm like 90% sure we have a skill. There we go. It was this one. But again, we don't have one that's good with heart. Yeah, we'll work it out later. All right, let's have a chat with the weary detective. Nope. All right. On the open river, and I feel for the bloke. I do, but he's not just a bloke anymore. Oh. Open. Is he just, you know, opened up? Or is he likely to be opening onto something else? Thought so. OR is a walking oniric hazard. Well, not walking, poor bloke. Gonna have to recommend something pretty permanent. Thanks, librarian. Still trying to figure out where... still trying to figure out where my tantras might be best suited. Actually, there's a lot of gaps here. Well, that's Apollo and Marsyas. We'll see what happens after. Okay, rainy day. So this is where we make the magic happen. Now, I was trying to solve a bug, and I did notice one thing. So this is worth talking about in terms of where I might have been misled and sort of the weird ways in which you can sort of discover some things. So for the sweet bones, my usual deal here would be I get the assistance from an orchard keeper. Now, once upon a time, way back in like when I first started playing Cultist Simulator, what I used to do to try and recover health is I would actually fill in all of the different empty spaces. And essentially what I would wind up doing, so in Cultist Simulator, when you want to recover a health from a sickness, you can use a vitality or you can use funds. And if you use vitality and funds, maybe it makes it faster. I don't know if I ever really like explicitly checked, but so far as I could tell, that just kind of wound up, I spent more than I really needed to. But, you know, again, it was just one of these things I got used to doing. I was used to sort of filling in all the slots. Whereas now I'm sort of like, okay, well, I don't need to fill in every slot and I can run ahead. So I'll tell you about the bug that I was trying to find. But while I was trying to diagnose these things, I came across this. I think I tried this with Shaft originally. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. Find out what unusual passerbys might be looking for employment. And yeah, I think any element of the soul will do this. But obviously, this is something that I want to follow up on at some point. If nothing else, just so I can find out what this new form of help is, and maybe I can use it to my advantage. Now, I believe I have what I need from the Orchard Keeper. So, you know, I'm going to focus on one thing at a time. But this opens up further possibilities for me as far as the details. As far as potential hirelings go. But this is just another good example in terms of how this is one of the reasons why I really like coming to game, like basically coming to games sort of on my own terms and discovering things. Because, you know, like, I don't know, maybe someone who hadn't played Cultist Simulator would have an easier time finding that, right? Obviously, that, you know, I think I had a really good reason for behaving the way that I did. But there's absolutely nothing to indicate, hey, this is not Cultist Simulator. There's actually other things that can happen now. And so as soon as I saw that, the first thing that went to my head was, well, what are all the other cases that I haven't tried, right? How many other things have I not put in an element for? The biggest one I can think of, by the way, would be to read a book and include paper. Now, honestly, that's not the most exciting because we could do that. What else can we do? Apparently, we put nectar in there, so we'd add health. No. I guess there isn't a nectar desk, is there? So that memory doesn't help me, but okay, so this is looking more like a, well, actually I don't want scale, I do want nectar. Oh yeah, actually that raises an interesting question. So if there isn't a nectar desk, I guess I would need a heart desk. What about Natan of Regensburg? Yeah, Heart and Grail. That's a tougher combination. I don't think I can make that work. Yeah, so that would give Regensburg bomb. I suppose the other question would be, we do have this omen. But then I guess the earth, well, the earth sign has nectar as well, so if we were to put the paper... Do have a scale nectar, I suppose, is the... So we've already got the 5 nectar, but yeah, I mean, we get Thurs's cordials, but I don't know. There just seems to be something about paper and ink. I feel like there's something else that I should be doing. The only other one I could imagine, so again, if we just go back to the basics here. You know what, Pandoran? Just stop. Just stop. We're not doing this again. This is your only warning. like writing a report on the book or something. I mean, okay, I have already used paper and ink with a book. I know what happens when I do that. But I am too tired to put up with being told how to play. Like, I will just say, I'm gonna take the time. Here is how I started the stream. Okay, I started the stream saying, wouldn't it be really good to have some backup videos? You know, maybe I should just take a couple of days off because I'm gonna be working really hard on Thursday and Friday, and maybe I should just take the time and record some videos for myself. And then I said no, because I want to do the live cast, because that is the thing that I do. And you are making me regret. You are making me regret that choice. I don't want to hear any dispute on this, okay? This is my stream. These are the rules. Do not tell me how to play the game. This is not up for discussion, okay? If you're saying that you're not trying to backseat or something like that, what you are saying to me right now, okay? When I look at chat and I see that and there is an overall pattern of behavior, it is making me feel crappy and like I'm being an idiot for streaming right now. And I would like it to stop, and I would like you to respect the rules that I have put in place here, okay? I am sorry if there is a misunderstanding, but this is not the first time we've talked about this. Mr. Hobbs 343, thank you very much. And Olaf, I'm so sorry I missed you. You know the you know the problems. Like, I am sorry, especially for those of you who come in here and don't cause the issues in that. But the thing, here's something I gotta tell you that I learned about moderating. Okay, if somebody asks you to stop doing something, the one thing that I learned is that if you give a timeout to someone, it is actually far more likely it turns into a ban. Because instead of just saying, all right, stuff didn't go right, you know, things got out of hand, you know, back to normal, we're ready to go, it has to become a point of argument. It has to become a dispute. And it's better if we just move on, which of course is what I need to do now. But like, that did not have to, you know, if somebody wants to leave because I tell them to stop telling me how to play the game, that actually is a load off my mind, right? I know I'm a small broadcaster and that there's a penalty that I pay for that, but honestly, the amount of stress that it takes away is enormous for me. So again, for those of you, I do want to take the time to say, for those of you who do like are respectful inside of the channel, thank you, Mr. Hobbs. For those of you who are respectful in the channel, I appreciate it, and I am sorry that the streams get bogged down so much on it. But I am not kidding you. I am very, very tired today, and I do not have the bandwidth to deal with people telling me how to play the game. And that means that if people have a track record of telling me what to do, and even if it's a misunderstanding, I'm just not going to have time for it. So, anyways, with that out of the way, we're going to get back to the game. So the big thing that we're going to focus on for the biggest thing that we're going to focus on right now is getting the Orchard Keeper. So in autumn, the Orchard Keepers come to sell their wares at Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Yeah, well, not just a Monday, Mr. Hobbs, but I'm sure if you've been watching the videos, you probably noticed that the streams have been going very, very late, and the problem is I haven't really caught up on the sleep from that, so I really wanted to just like go to sleep instead of stream. But on the other hand, like, it is the last couple of days before before the game comes out. And, I had this very nice message the other day. Somebody asked, hey, when are you doing Book of Hours next? So there's obviously excitement for the game, and I want as much as I can to share it. So this game seems vast. You wonder how many other assistants there are in the game. You revealed a new mechanic to me by adding money and an element of the soul. Yeah, well, actually, just to be clear on that, I messed up the opportunity to show what I was looking for. Originally, what I was trying to do was there was this problem with pausing that I ran into. How you doing, Narkexy? Not late at all. I'm actually on time for today. So I'll try and show you the thing that I was figuring out. I do know in one of the screenshots there was a nun, but am I good? A 10-hour stream may be good for views, but health should come first. No, it should. So I don't feel too bad about those. It's just, it's been a number of those in a row, and the problem is that I've been trying to prepare for everything else over the weekend. And so what I really need to do is I just need to make sure that today I'm on top of things. That's the most important one for me. But thank you, Mr. Hobbs. But yeah, I'll try and show the problem I was originally trying to solve, and then we'll work it out. I'll probably not go for one of the extra hires in the Sweet Bones today, but I still want to see what I can do with it. So, in autumn, the orchard keepers come to sell their wares at Brankrug. A shilling will buy one's help. In Cornwall, it is quite possible to take a stride from the richest vegetation into the abomination of desolation. It has been said in mockery that Cornwall does not grow wood enough to make coffins for the people. Sabine Baring Gould. Okay, so again, the plan here with the Orchard Keeper is we want to try and unlock another one of the nectar rooms, and particularly the Deserted Well. That'll really only get me one more room, but I mean, we're running out of options at this point. So in this case here with the Deserted Well, we'll take the Orchard Keeper with their 2 nectar. We'll give them the rain for 2. You know what? I think I messed it up. So we had 2 for rain. I think for some reason I worked in another 2 for myself. So let me just. I think we can still make it, but so 2 from the rain brings them up to 4, and then the bowls bring them up to 5, and then the dandelion wine should bring them up to 7, unless I mess that up too. Yep, no, we're good. So obviously we need to finish with DI more, but okay, so, and then I don't think I need to employ my health, which is nice. We can do some gardening there. So I suppose the next question is, what else do I do with the day? I can make an effort with one of the books. So sea stories would be the most likely, but I think that is normally for those we wait for fog. So we can get up to 9. We probably should work on Menescate reflections before anything. So let's get a forge out of that. I can get a regret from Keon at Abydos. And I'll employ a Faust for that. Right, I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. All right. So for those of you curious about the affair of the Open Reverend, in a highly specialized clinic in an obscure corner of the capital, specialists study the ecstatic agonies of a case known only as the Open Reverend, who was once the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes, Fore Street. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. And we have so far acted with Douglas Moore. D.I. Moore concluded that the Open Reverend would have to be permanently closed. Yvette, Dr. Southey, knew that she could never hope to heal the Open Reverend's flesh, but he had been one of her patients, and she thought perhaps he might be again. Stanislav, Father Schaller, who had once been a friend of the Open Reverend, felt that he had learned enough to give him what he might want. Eason became convinced that the Open Reverend had attracted the attention of the Mother of Ants, but determined nevertheless that he would try and heal the poor fellow. Zachary Wakefield, concluded obscurely that in the Grunwald matter he might have enough to understand the possibilities of clarities, conductivities, and ovidic forms. And finally, Mr. Agdistis learnt that the Open Reverend was not connected with the power Agdistis serves. And Sweeps the Pillow Clean, thank you very much for the host. You must have just finished Book of Hours yourself, because I did see that there was somebody who was streaming the game. So we have got Ben Fowler. I feel like it says that you were first-time chat, yet I feel like I've seen your name around before. We also have Noose, and we have Roy the Boy, and Roy the Boy is another one who stopped by on the last host, I believe. Welcome everybody from Swiss the Pillow Clean. I should actually take a quick second here and say there are no ninjas in here. I would never want to belong to any club. Thank you very much for the follow. Hyping up your devs co-stream for the 18th. Wanted to show the fam where they can enjoy the stream. Actually, I should clarify, Sweeps the Pillow Clean. It will be on the GOG channel. So I normally stream on my own side here, so thank you for that. No takebacks on the host. You're all stuck here now. But no, yeah. So just for clarity, the broadcast on Thursday will be starting just before the game goes live, and that will be on Steam. And then on Friday, the one that they talked about in the email, that will actually be on the... My God, Mr. Hobbs! 343rd in their name. You came in being grouchy with someone who sometimes tells me what to do too much, and you went from a follow to a sub to kind words. Thank you very much. You're definitely making me not regret streaming today. But thank you for your kind words and now the support as well. But yeah, so it is the GOG channel. Basically, just some people prefer buying stuff on GOG. It's nice to draw people's attention to the game as well. And that's for Cultist Simulator as well. I got a chance to talk with Alexis and Lottie for that as well. And then I'll just be streaming for the rest of the time. It is it Kenobrea what is it, one and only? Sorry, I missed it. And Chroma Guardian, 42nd of their name. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Sorry, I feel like I should get that other name. Do I have a list? It was Kenobrea the Wananobi. Yeah. All right. Bree, thank you very much for that. Where else were we? I feel you owe me. Well, you definitely don't owe me, but I appreciate it because I do upgrade my internet and all of that for this stuff. But I hopefully am doing stuff that's deserving of the support. You've already got it's a sunk cost on my part. Those videos have already been released. So if people are getting something out of them, it doesn't cost me to keep remaking them. I've been enjoying the VODs for this game and realized you never hit follow. Hey, no worries. I mean, this is the thing too. I'm sorry for everybody who came in with Sweeps the Pillow Clean because I've been keeping I haven't been pushing forward with a game on this, but like the thing is that there are channels that I've like watched before, but they weren't enough for me to kind of keep coming back, especially because like for a very long time I would just do Cultist Simulator on YouTube. And it's because I did so much Cultist Simulator on other times that it was nice to just sort of come up with a little bit of a break for myself. So Book of Hours is a bit of a special occasion because the game's about to be coming out and it's an opportunity to do lots and lots of content for that. But obviously, if you look at my history, there's a bunch of other things that I do. So, like not everybody likes Outlast, or not everybody likes the strategy games that I play. So with that in mind, I did want to say, both for Sweeps the Pillow Clean's audience, as well as everyone here off of those videos, like I really appreciate it, particularly for Sweeps the Pillow Clean people. I know you usually sign up for one broadcaster, and whoever gets hosted may or may not be your sort of thing. And it says a lot about Sweeps the Pillow Clean that they've got such a great audience that comes along to support them. If it's not for you, I totally get it. And I hope you enjoy Book of Hours when it comes out on Thursday. But for those of you that are still hanging around, we're trying something a little different here. I haven't really committed anything to the book, to the Tree of Wisdoms. I've been trying to level up all of my skills as high as I can go until I hit a limit. And it turns out you can get really far in the game without committing anything. But official System Shock book reading stream when? I have actually read short stories on stream before. I've done A Christmas Carol. I've done, not even short stories actually, I've done Animal Farm. I've done 1984. I've done Politics in the English Language and Orwell's Tea Essay probably like 4 times. Yeah. The irony, too, is that for the YouTube run that I'm doing, I wanted to commit everything as quickly as I could, and I've only been getting like 8 moon texts. So it's very fun. But yeah, no, I mean, I also really like that the game incorporates all of these play styles. Like when you load up the game, one of the screens does say, like there's no way to get stuck, which is interesting because so far as I can tell, there are more entries on the Tree of Wisdoms than there are skills. I don't know that for sure. I'm actually just going by the amount of space available in this drawer. But maybe you commit. There are other ways to commit on the Tree of Wisdoms, so we'll figure that out. But yeah, this is, I mean, in this case here, it's almost like the librarian run, where like I want to see how far I can go with this before I start committing stuff. The other thing that's nice too is that, if glass blowing and vessel crafting, putrefactions and calcinations, like I can get these in on the lower levels like right away. So that way I can sort of leave the illumination stuff for the higher levels. But anyways, let's figure out the rest of the day. So we use our Shapt for Meniscate Reflections. I think I was gonna try something with the Codex Acephali. Oh yeah, that's a good point actually, because if you fill out the top tier, that's probably the end of the game. So if it was, it's 1, 2, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, 9, and it would be, as you point out, 8, because the 9th would be the final. I still think we're short. Yeah, so it would be 72. We've got 4, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So if it's based on the size of the skill drawer, we've got 56, where there'd be 72 across the Tree of Wisdoms, but anyways, thank you, Soups. But you know what? Sorry, I don't think I actually got the shout out for you. But yes, for those of you who are into Book of Hours, Sweeps has been doing the Lord's work in terms of streaming the game regularly to a large audience. And I have been the recipient of hosts, but have not been sending any of my own. And that's just because of the hours at which we start. But definitely for those of you, and especially for those of you who maybe find my hours don't quite work for you, that is another broadcaster who has been very supportive, and one who I'm sure you'll be able to kind of catch within the or not within the hours, outside the hours that I normally broadcast. Sorry, like I said, I'm really tired today, so I gotta work this out. Okay, I'm actually may take a small break for some more tea, but let's figure out where we're going with the rest of these before we take another break. Okay, so the Meniscate Reflections, I'm already on my path for that. So with the Faust and the Whist, sorry. Okay, so the reasoning, again, it's 5 for C story, 7 for... Yeah, so I can get, I guess, probably 2 memories with moon in them. I think that's what I'm going to do. So let's take... first of all, I want a contradiction and a confounding parable. So Wainscot Histories gives me the contradiction. And then I think the confounding parable was from 108. Okay, and then we're ready to talk to the Orchard Keeper about the rain. Okay, talk about the weather. More useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Is this true, Olaf? Now, I do, at some point, I want to see what happens when I try using an element of the soul to hire, but right now I actually have use for both this Trist and this Shaft, so I'm just gonna leave that as a mystery to be solved at another time. All right, let's get some more nectar in the form of kitchen bowls. Proffer a tool. I can lend my assistants something to help increasing their abilities. You will still be able to use this tool. Okay, there's the regret for the upgrade, so let's take the Meniscate. Meniscate Reflections, Understanding, we add the Shaft, we add the regret. There's always more to learn. So I think that's an indicator. This all happens so naturally that I actually forget to respond the way that I meant to. I think when I study... Yeah, okay. So we'll try at Ava's desk to study the moon text. We may be setting ourselves up for disappointment, but it's given where we're at with C stories, I'm feeling reasonably confident. So Moon, a semblance? Perhaps. You provided moon, but not enough to match Mystery Moon. If you're lucky, you might still succeed. Is it Santa Claus, 123rd of their name. Thanks for streaming this game. I got hooked immediately watching the trailer, and it has been great watching somebody really knowledgeable and interested about the lore playing it. Well, thank you. The lore, I always feel like I'm kind of a fraud on this. Like, the funny thing for me... So I'm going to talk a little bit more about what I think the game is about as part of the interview. So I want to like leave that. Like I'll talk more about it after the after that's done, because I know not everybody's going to be able to see that. And it's not like I have anything major to say. But what the thing that's funny is, like, what originally got me into Cultist Simulator was the basic theme of it, which is this tension between, this very special thing that you've been given a glimpse at, that glimpse of the special world and, the great work that you perform, whether that is the book you want to write or the game that you want to make, or, whatever it is. I think everybody has this feeling, and it's, the detail in terms of how that specifically is formed isn't as important as just knowing what it is. And that spoke to me a lot in terms of that game. And as I continue to play it, and as I, read and reread the text, I began to appreciate more and more this much larger secret world. And the funny thing is that, like, I know that for some people, they have a much firmer grasp on the secret histories, right? And that's one of the big things for me is that there are limits to what I get out of a game because I'm very stubborn in terms of sort of trying to come to terms with it on my own. But I keep quoting this, like, Schopenhauer essay on thinking for oneself a lot. To me, it is a really valuable way of engaging with things, which is that, I can go and read something on a wiki, or I can go, read a fan theory or something like that. But for it to really take root, I kind of can roll it around in my head, and sometimes I'll be wrong on things, and sometimes I'll learn another way. But the thing I love about that is that, like, once you have that understanding, it's yours. So it means that to a certain extent, I like talking about the lore of the game, but I always talk about it in a sense in terms of the possibilities, right? Because there's a lot of questions, and they may not be resolved inside of the game, or they're resolved by things that I haven't found yet. So it means a lot to me that you say that, Santa Claus, just because it's actually, to a certain extent, the knowledge of the game is one of the things I feel I'm weakest at, but it doesn't stop me from sharing it, because for me, the journey is probably the biggest part of it. But I agree with you completely, Mr. Hobbs. And one thing I will say for Book of Hours, obviously the constraints, right? In the case of Cultist Simulator, having this, like, you don't have the same hostility of the outside world to your dreams. I guess in the case of Cultist Simulator, quite literally. There's something else going on in the case of Book of Hours. Algrins, thank you very much for the resubscription. Don't apologize to me, apologize to Mickey Mar Productions and this beautiful soundtrack. But no, thank you very much for your continued support, Algrins. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, in this case here, there's something else going on in the game. And I mean, I think it's fairly clear. We've talked about it before, this idea of rebuilding the library as you're sort of rebuilding and repairing yourself, regaining your elements of the soul, your skills, the building. But there's only so far that goes, right? There's more going on. There's a lot more that's revealed about the hours and the secret world. Also, the timeline has advanced, so there's additional things that are happening, and there's even more to sort of take out of it. But in the end, I do like having that nice. I like having that nice sort of underpinning in terms of what I personally grab onto. And in terms of sort of the healing and improvement and things like that, I do actually think that there's sort of an occult connection to it as well. I'm only kind of casually interested in some of this stuff, but I do actually wind up knowing a little bit more from some of the different kinds of reading that I do. So, and again, most of that will be sort of left for the interview, but after the interview, I'll make sure that I talk a little bit more about it, because I'm interested in hearing what the creators have to say about it before I kind of launch off on my own. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how I found that add an element in the Sweet Bones thing. So I submitted a bug report, which was a weird one because I was running into problems with the pause every once in a while, and I couldn't figure out what it was. So it turns out I like using the mouse to sort of gesture for the different buttons and all of that. And you'll notice I very occasionally just sort of move the window almost unconsciously. So when I hit the start key, it used to be that I'd hit space. So you can probably hear me hitting my space bar. So it turns out, but if I move it again, that's so interesting. So if I move it once and hit S, I can't hit the space bar, but when I move it again, I'm able to get it going. Man, that is a hard one. So I was trying to figure out, I was going nuts because I submitted the bug report and I get the reply, hey, can't seem to reproduce this one. Could you tell me exactly what you were doing? And I was going nuts because I multiple times during a stream, I'd run into that. And then I wasn't able to reproduce it myself. And I'm like, oh my God, am I really wasting their time so close before release? And then finally I figured out this foolish window moving that I was doing basically unconsciously. But while I was busy trying to put together all the possible combinations of things that I was doing, I think at one point I tried to just jam the Sweet Bones full of cards, and then I realized, oh, wait a minute. If I add my an element to the soul, we actually get a little bit more. So you never know where the next tip's going to come from. So all right, let's get our dandelion wine, and then we can. The unique way of displaying Western mysticism is the way I think it has a large enough fan base to warrant a translation of major mods. Interesting, yeah. The weird one for me was I had been reading a lot of Neoplatonism because, well, one, because of school, but number two, because of the Old World DLC, The Sacred and the Profane. So it adds Ammoniusacus and Hypatia and Plotinus are sort of 3 points of reference. Hypatia is a character. Ammoniusacus and Plotinus are more just referred to. But I had a pretty good instructor for the class that I took. So instead of just ending with Plotinus, he actually went a bit further with sort of Proclus and Iamblichus. And so once you hit Iamblichus, that's when you start getting into sort of practices like theurgy, and essentially the line sort of between philosophy and religion really starts to blur. And so what I maybe failed to appreciate, even though I had this great interest in terms of Cultus Simulator, was how much Neoplatonism wound up having an influence on all the different sort of secret societies that kind of emerged. I don't know, would it be 1700s? I'm thinking like Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and things like that. And there's other connections too, but that was just an interesting sort of hook where I had been looking in one place, and then in terms of, and then kind of Book of Hours, the beta comes in for Book of Hours, and there's just a few passages that I'm reading, and I'm like, oh, actually, you know what? That winds up, that actually happens to just fit very well for the, this particular item here. As is always the way whenever you're engaging with a game like this. One of the things that works really well with the Secret Histories games is that they leave just enough open spaces for you to fill it in with interesting things on your own. So what I suspect is true for me is that, the points of interest that I have are points of interest because I am personally interested in them. And that it's not necessarily that I'm wrong or misguided. It's just that someone else is going to come to a game with their own set of experiences, and they're going to see connections to the game that would not necessarily be obvious to me because I haven't necessarily had that experience. But again, because they've left just enough of a space for you to invest yourself in the game, but they haven't left it so wide open that there's nothing there, right? There's just a lot of suggestion. I think this probably is what Alexis is talking about when he talks about Apophenian design in terms of his GDC talk. it allows for sort of moments like that. One of the other things that I think is kind of fun about it too was this is one story that I can tell. I ordered a copy of Plotinus's The Enneads. There was a new edition published by, I think it's Oxford University Press. It's either Oxford University Press or Cambridge University Press. And I can never remember which one because I get the Cambridge Companions, but I'm pretty sure OUP is the one that I usually wind up buying the textbooks from. But whichever publisher it's coming from. So Lloyd Gerson at University of Toronto has edited sort of a major new scholarly edition of the Enneads. And I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm reading enough of this stuff that I like the Neoplatonist reader that I have. But actually, you know what? This might be a good time for a break so that I can get the book, because I think for those of you who are fans of Cultist Simulator, this actually might be an interesting connection. But tell you what, here's what we're gonna do. We're going to lock in the Orchard Keeper for the deserted well. So the well is choked and filthy. It'll need to be purified inside and out. So we'll unlock that there. I've got 23 seconds, so I can't just let the game unpause and run by, but I do need a refill on my tea. I'm going to find a book. I'm not going to read the full passage out of it, but I do think some of you may be interested in terms of this coincidence. I'm just gonna, because I'm gonna get that book, I'm gonna take the chance to do another quick break just to refill my tea, and hopefully I can be a little bit more coherent. But we are gonna get into some more gameplay. I know it's been sort of halting, but I feel like this anecdote is worth it, particularly to a crowd that's interested in this game. So yes, water break, everyone, or tea break. Well, for what it's worth, Olaf, I've had 2 cups of coffee today, and I'm pretty sure the cup of coffee I had at the start of the morning, I noticed that the coffee amount, like the liquid amount, it usually gets pretty high in the cup. But this time there was like, I don't know, about a finger from the edge, and like the plunger didn't go all the way down. So I think I might have actually put 2 sets of beans in. It was a hearty brew, let's say. So I feel like I've had my appropriate coffee allocation for today. Anyways, yes, I am going to run ads for a little bit just to save people the pre-roll. Do get up, get a stretch, get a glass of water, do whatever you can. But I will be back very soon with more Book of Hours. We'll see you in a bit. Man, I missed a very interesting chat. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. I'm sorry that took the time that it did. Apparently, the proverb about watched pots holds true. So, before I go too much further, I did just want to share. So, this is kind of a story. I was going to tell this story in a different way. I've kind of like hinted at it a couple of times, but it feels like a good time to mention it. So, again, mostly, this is kind of a COVID thing, but I've always liked reading. So there's this place in Vancouver I used to go to. Like, just, it was like my place for used books. They always had some, good, reasonably well preserved, but old, like Penguin classics. So that was how I wound up reading a lot of the classics that I have. It was actually where I first found Robert Fagles, who's probably my favorite translator of Homer, and I also read, he's done Aeschylus and Sophocles, so like that was the first time I read I think it's Oedipus at Colonus. But anyways, really, really great books, and actually the introductions by Bernard Knox are really good as well. But I do have a place that I sort of go in the city I live now, but I really don't have a place quite like the one in Vancouver. In fact, the one in Vancouver, I wound up on a film shoot, and that we wound up using that bookstore as a location. So I actually wound up picking a few books off the shelves and just handing them over to the person who was kind of acting as the rep for the store, and she recognized me. She's just like, well, I can't really turn on the till. It's like, okay, that's fine. Could you just like leave them aside? I'll come in on the weekend. And they did, right? It's the sort of place that they do recognize you, and they'll do you the favor. So I have noticed I haven't quite lost the tendency. I'm kind of institutionalized as far as school goes. So I notice like around this time, usually around mid to late summer, I usually wind up buying some textbooks. But in general, if I get in a particularly spendthrift mood, I usually wind up going and buying a couple of used books. So I got a few websites I go to for this. So the one drawback is that because it's not a warehouse, it's like a network of independent booksellers. It's sometimes hit or miss in terms of whether or not people actually deliver the goods. So there seemed to be a reasonably good deal on this edition of Plotinus the Enneads. And again, the connection here to Cultus Simulator is just, Cultus Simulator obviously has a lot of references to secret societies, occult societies, figures like Aleister Crowley. And, again, I referred to the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. There's lots of different groups, and there's people who know far more about this stuff than I do. But again, if that's a point of interest for you, and I feel like it's a point of interest that gets a lot of people into Cultus Simulator. Like there's a lot going on there, and especially if you read some of the material that was written about before the game came out, you'll definitely see that the authors are very, very much aware and are directly referencing sort of major figures. And again, I really know about this stuff from like reading some Alan Moore or whatever. But in this case here, I do know that the Neoplatonists, again, they've been influential in different periods. They've been influential in the Middle Ages. They've been influential, to a certain extent in the Renaissance. But as it happens, some of these secret societies, again, certain ideas brought down from Neoplatonists wound up having a particular relevance and importance to them. But what's interesting about Plotinus is that Plotinus would be considered sort of the founder of Neoplatonism. He didn't always have this reputation. In fact, there was a long period of time when he wasn't really studied at all. And the version that I was looking for, again, is this new scholarly edition that's been made. I have a Neoplatonist reader, which I got from school, but it's not all of the Enneads. The Enneads, it's basically a collection. I think it's six collections of sort of 9 tractates. So it's basically Plotinus's only, like, his big work. So I ordered this thing in, and then there's the package waiting for me when I get home one day, and I look at it, and it's just, there's that sinking feeling I get, because you can just sort of look at the shape of the package and you know it's not the thing that you ordered. Like, they may have mailed you a book, but it's not the book that you ordered. And sure enough, I look at this thing and it's not the new edition of the Enneads. It's a book that is so old, it does not have an ISBN number. It's a book that predates ISBN numbers. So I was like, okay, it's neat. I mean, sometimes old books are kind of interesting, but this is definitely not what I ordered, and this is definitely not the thing that I paid this amount of money for. So it was a bit of a drag. I sent off the email. To the bookseller's credit, they completely owned the mistake. They're like, you don't need to send it back. You can donate it. You can do what you want with it. We'll refund you. I really appreciated that. But then I got curious, and I started reading. And what I'll do here is I'm going to read you at least the first bit of the foreword to the Enneads. And the original way that I wanted to present this was to actually ask you what cultist simulator character this was a reference to. But instead, I'll just tell you this is an actual person who was alive, and then I'll give a couple of other connections that you may find interesting. So this is a foreword to this edition of the Enneads by E.R. Dobbs. It is right that the reader should be told something of the author of this translation and of the circumstances in which it was conceived and produced. Stephen McKenna, 1872 to 1934, is still remembered by a few people as an impassioned and chaotic Irish patriot, and by many as the most enchanting talker, both of sense and nonsense, whom they have ever known. But he was also one of that great line of unprofessional scholars whose labors have enriched our literature, men who have worked with no eye to academic preferment or financial reward, but because they thought the work was important. He came to Greek scholarship by a very unusual route. His father, a soldier of fortune and unsuccessful man of letters, died when Stephen was 12, leaving a brood of young children and a widow in straitened circumstances. The boy received something of a classical education at Ratcliffe College in Leicestershire. Then he was placed in a Dublin bank. After a few years, he left this uncongenial security to seek a precarious livelihood as a journalist in Paris, and to fight as a volunteer with the Greek army in the Greco-Turkish War of 1897. At 35, he had made a considerable name in journalism, first as a special correspondent of the New York World, and later as its European representative and head of its Paris office. But he had long been conscious that his true vocation lay elsewhere. While still a bank clerk, he had published an English version of the Imitatio Christi, and in 1902 he began to work on a translation of Marcus Aurelius. The latter was never completed, but in 1905, when he was reporting on the abortive First Revolution in Russia, he bought in St. Petersburg Kreuzer's Oxford text of Plotinus, and in Moscow the Dido edition. You are all being very generous with your subscriptions today. Takri, it's lovely to see you. Thank you very much for over a year now of subscribing. Thank you for that. It was always... I've got a few messages from YouTube lately. I was remembering what it was like to always see messages from you there. So I'm very grateful that you've stuck around. Thank you for that. Sadly, I think you've heard this before, so you're going to have to put up with the story of Stephen McKenna again, but... all right, so he bought in St. Petersburg Kreuzer's Oxford text of Plotinus, and in Moscow the Dido edition, and on his 36th birthday he confided in a private journal that to translate and interpret Plotinus seemed to him really worth a life. A few months earlier he had resigned his lucrative Paris appointment. He now settled in Dublin and endeavored, while earning his living as a leader writer, to fit himself for his self-imposed task, not only by hard work on the Greek language and on Greek philosophy, but by long and patient study of the masters of English prose style. For McKenna believed the translation of a great work of literature or philosophy to be a sacred responsibility, which demanded and deserved a man's utmost effort. The translator, in his view, must not rest until he has transferred every nuance of his author's meaning, emotional as well as logical, into the idiom of another language, an idiom which must be rich, flexible, dignified, and above all, contemporary. The finished version would not necessarily be free, but with a freedom which must be based, as he expressed it, on a rigorous pre-servitude, and must be justified by the achievement of a closer fidelity to the spirit of the original than any literal rendering could hope to obtain. So then there's a little bit more here about sort of the different, like the process of translating and all of that. I'll sort of skip over that, but where was it? Maybe we'll give the final paragraph in terms of McKenna's life. So, behind his translation lies the patient and often agonized labor of more than 20 years. He soon discovered that he could not effectively serve two masters, Plotinus and daily journalism, and from 1912 onwards, an adventurous generosity of the late Sir Ernest Debenham made it just possible for him to choose Plotinus. But in the years that followed, he had to struggle not only with increasing poverty, but with almost continuous ill health and with moods of deep intellectual discouragement. I doubt if there are agonies, he once wrote, this side crime or perhaps cancer more cruel than that of literary and intellectual effort that will not work out to achievement. I've told this story in full elsewhere and will not repeat it here. When the final volume appeared in 1930, McKenna was a worn-out man. He had judged the undertaking worth a life, and the price had been paid. So the thing that I find so interesting about that story, right, is that you kind of have a bit of everything from Cultist Simulator, right? You have, first of all, sort of a broad range of experiences. He's a warrior, he's a journalist, he's, a banker. Finally, he decides that he's going to take this great undertaking to do this grand work, this grand translation, and the acquisition of languages for translating to. He undertakes this grand undertaking of translating Plotinus, but it is ultimately something that he winds up dedicating his life to, and it is not necessarily an entirely happy one. So again, and you've got the benefactor, you've got, the dread, you've got, like in this case, I was reading this and I pretty much have all of the different cards of Cultist Simulator sort of appearing in front of my eyes. But on top of this is the edition of Plotinus that William Butler Yeats read, the Irish poet, and something of an occultist himself. In fact, someone who had a bit, from what I understand, a bit of a tiff with Aleister Crowley. So, as it turns out, this wound up being not just translated by someone who basically could very well be a Cultist Simulator character, but on top of that, actually wound up creating the edition that would have been the one that so many of these different sort of secret societies and actual occultists wound up reading. So it's just one of these things, right, where I could sit down and be grouchy about the fact, I didn't get the right book. But the sheer coincidence that around the time that, I'm interested enough in Neoplatonism, that I, from Old World, that I'm looking to get a new edition. And that the edition that I wind up getting is the wrong one, but it happens to be one that fits even more closely to this other game. And then, just shortly after that, they wind up doing the Book of Hours beta. Again, it comes back to that thing I was saying about just leaving enough spaces that you can sort of fill them in on your own. And in this case, it's just such a beautiful coincidence that winds up fitting very well with the themes of the game. I mentioned this might be an example of Apophenian design. If for those of you that weren't here when we defined that before, apophenia is the human tendency to find patterns in things even when they're not necessarily there. So Alexis put out some photos today of the faces of Hush House. I don't think I have enough wood to be able to show them off, but yeah, there's fireplaces with faces in them. If you know how to. You just need to find the right materials and you'll be able to do it. Anyways, I'm going to hit the light and we will be back to the gameplay. I'm hoping that McKenna's story was interesting. Everybody else was having I think there was a couple of There are a couple of like a Futurama reference, lots of talk of coffee in chat. I hope I didn't kill the mood. Anyways. Right, so we are opening the deserted well. Right, I want to see how the moon reading is going. All right, the right sky's weather, so we can't take advantage of that. Also things, okay, we can, from relevant thing, I think we can work it out. And then the extra effort soul is not necessarily going to work out here. So as long as we find the moon thing, we'll be fine. I kind of don't want to commit the water, but I may have to. All right, so we don't have an element of the soul. Well, we do. We just don't have one that's... Actually, I should probably use the health for something else. All right, we don't have the weather. We already used that with the hireling. Still a chance. Fiddle with something here. Increase relevant aspects by using a thing. So let's see if one of the busts will help me out. I should know these characters a little bit better. Oops. I should know these characters a little bit better, not to just kind of click and choose randomly, but... Okay. Oh, pale bust. A culmination. All right, so Codex Esphali, sometimes called the Book of the Clean Skull. The book contains accounts of enlightenments available through the gradual surgical removal of the lobes of the brain. It becomes clear that the process described are almost allegorical or metaphorical descriptions of winter techniques for less revolting occult work. Even the metaphors are pretty horrible, though. The author explains adaptations of these techniques with sufficient winter aspect to harvest a mysterious substance described as the rags of the final bone from the remains of almost any animal. Alright, so we'll put that in my inventory. Again, that's something I want to write down the notes for. I forgot to write down the memory from the amalgam of the red rose. I think that might have been foresight. Okay, that's regret and snow stories. So that'll be one of the 4s. So for the Moon and Winter, that'll be a Tristan Whist job. Although again, we may not be able to commit all of that all at once. Overall, good day's work though. And then I guess that does improve my winter, but I don't think I have any winter texts that can benefit from that. Although I actually probably should keep an eye out, because if we bring that up to 5 winter, so then we get 7 from the Whist, and that becomes 9. Yeah, I don't think we have any 8 winter though. I think it's 10 winter is our next highest. Oh man, 12. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be reading that anytime soon. Okay. Let's take a look at the well. There's been a well here since the days of the Sisterhood, and superstitions have gathered around it like leaves and drifts. Its water has a healing virtue if drawn on the night of the new moon. It's ill luck to draw from it if you hear an owl. If you drip the blood of a living enemy into the well, they'll drown, and so on. Certainly when Numa comes, the mists lie thick here. So the Hush House well, efforts things. Here I can drop water or drop something in, most likely to be lost forever. So if I want, I can drop water. I'm tempted to do that just because water winds up being helpful for replacing stuff that I've lost. Elements of the soul I need to regenerate. I guess the question would be, is there something in autumn? Well, the pears would be nice. Well, here's what I'll do. I will draw up the water just so I can see what that does. It's heart and element of the soul. But I think the rest of the time I'm going to spend... I think the rest of the time I'm going to spend gardening. All right. So I guess if we get lucky, we'll be able to Yeah, depending on the weather, we can at least open one more room. I should probably be thinking a bit about where I can get that other help from. And then probably I should also be thinking about how I can make certain recipes. So I think when the weather comes, I might spend some more time checking out what kinds of things I can build with my skills. Because I keep talking about this, but like I really am at a point where it's kind of a roll of the dice as to whether or not I'm going to get a given book read. Like, we've gotten pretty lucky so far, but I shouldn't be relying on it. So here we've got 2 forged texts, for instance, that we successfully read. God, I really needed this tea. Okay, cool. So it's a pitcher of isle water. Let's put that up in the pale room. Okay, so this is pretty useful to me. So essentially, this gets me a renewable 3, kind of a renewable, sorry, 3 refreshes of my elements of the soul, basically. I also feel like I might have seen a reference to William Harry's at some point. It's probably in one of the books. I feel like maybe he was an early librarian. It's in one of the texts, I know, but... Anyways, let's see what the day brings, and then we'll work out a game plan. Okay, a foggy day. So we basically drop everything and... Oh, wait a minute. I think I just read the book that I was going to say for the foggy day. So... What do I do with that knock, I guess is the question. So, as always, we turn our attention to texts. So with 10 knocks, so we've got an almanac of entrances. With the fog, that's... Okay, so 3 knock. Shapt is 5. I don't have an instrument, though. Oh man, this is a piece of cake. I don't know why I didn't think I could do... I don't think we even need anything else. Oh, spoke too soon. Wow, only 7, really? Oh, because it's whist, for heaven's sake. Okay, yeah, so... That's the catch. I'm still 1 short. So it's a little scarier when it's... That's interesting. Oh, watering can, right. A little scarier when I'm relying on the weather. I don't have a knock tool, unfortunately. No frangiclave for me. I'll maybe just double check these, but I believe they only have 1. So the mortar and pestle is forge and nectar. Serpent style glass is scale. The cucurvit barrette is edge. The spice scales are grail. This is moth and lantern. Sorry, snoodle jar. This is moth. I could maybe double check because Edict's Liminal technically has like knock as its junior. Well, no, but at level 3, it still wouldn't be as high. I mean, again, it's not unthinkable that we're going to be able to push it ahead. It's just it's not a guarantee. So the question would be, I am going to take a quick second here to just double check the rooms to see if there's a way that I might be able to make progress in the house with the knock. Looks like it's a lot of nectar at this point, so... Yeah, so actually I'm a little more comfortable with the idea of risking the knock then, if that's where we're at. Because the fog has... So the fog does have a reasonable amount of power. So one thing I am going to do here is just do a quick check of my skills to make sure that I know all the fancy things I can do with my fog. With my knock and my moon. So door and wall I don't yet know, but door and wall I can only get up to 5. Yeah, I can only get up to 7 actually. Surgeries and exsanguinations, for some reason I don't seem to have. Oh, it's the scholar, the 10. Okay. Yeah, that's not going to work. Sharps. Where's sharps? Yeah, that's not going to work. Sickle and eclipse. Again, not nearly enough to get what I need. Okay, so we know all that we can get with the skills we have, so nothing new there. Yeah, so I mean, I guess in the end, reading the text is what the doctor ordered. There's a couple things that I can do to make life a little easier for me, which I'm not going to do because I would like to focus on the snow stories. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see where this winds up taking us. Now, for the snow stories, because we're putting this up to 3, I need to use at least 2 Fost to get the winter or the moon. So the Codex Acephali will help me with one of those at least. I guess we use regret for... Or, hang on. We're already getting regret, so... confounding parable from 108. Hello, DTG. You can only boost them once with an element of the soul, but you can enhance your element of the soul, which would make you like that would make the enhancement even stronger. But yeah, I think we'll stick with this for now. I think I'm gonna have to leave the snow stories for the second upgrade to snow stories for the next day, but let's see what we get with this base level. And I've decided I am going to pick some pairs. Yeah, I actually had to move the Tantra up to the smoking room because it was taking up too much space. Oh, actually, that's right. The patch notes mentioned that Reverend Timothy will take something new, so you went away for a bit. Which room was opened? We opened up the well. So we can basically draw a pitcher of water with our health if we're so inclined. There's still a chance. Okay, so relevant furniture. Art, it's educational. Possible inspiration from a relevant painting or other wall art, and extra effort soul. So this one, it's not exactly in the bag, but we should feel very good about this, let's say. I'd even love to express a preference for like wall art or something, but let's just take the we'll take whatever win we can get early on. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. Yes, exactly. So we got our first picture here. Incidentally, they've also fixed the this is the mist-kissed water. This is slightly different. Although I'm gonna guess that you get the mist-kissed water if you draw water in Numa. But this is Isle water from Brankrug's Deep Springs. So I don't know if we've ever actually finished out... Oh, this is the mist-kissed water too. Surely I've got a picture of normal water somewhere. I know we had a glass in the bedroom at some point. Anyways, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it's a pretty straightforward process to get one. I can also throw things down the well, you know, like a journal. Renounce what could be. Do I really want to fling my journal into the well? This will destroy your journal, which will make it impossible to complete the game. You'll be stuck, but you can do it if you really want. Mist kissed sounds a lot better than missing the kiss, which is usually what I get. Anyways. This isn't just chatting. I'll talk about my lack of dating history for another time. All right. Wonder if that's a secret. I don't think it's a secret, but I suspect that there's probably an achievement related to that. Okay, so no soul to assign to it. I feel like we've gotten pretty lucky with the rolls. Like there was that one that we screwed up, or I screwed up. There's no we as part of that. Yeah, I feel like the in general, except for the time that I forgot to do one, we've been pretty good. So I will use the chaise lounge of conclusions. Here the librarian Van Loren lay to ponder the paradoxes he inherited from Harry's. Alright, in the meantime, we've upgraded Snow Stories. I'd like to do that a second time, but I don't have the memories. Knock gate flung wide. An almanac of entrances, a handbook of sealed and unsealed byways and shortcuts through the bounds, compiled by William Harries in the 1860s during his term as librarian of Hush House. Harries discusses the role played by the Legion de Sol and the Company of the Wolf in Gold in warding the bounds against outside influences. He warns that bounds travelers may themselves be considered outside influences. The Mansus, as Ys, lacks walls. Ys and the Mansus both have their gates, and there may be no gate without a wall. Thus the paradox resolves. All who walk and dream will learn, but the wood has neither gate nor wall, and so it is the wood whose roots may creep after us into the hours of our waking. All right. A secret threshold. 2 knock, 1 rose. We used to have to only get that from a skill. And, oh, more Edict's Liminal lessons. So our knock will actually be very powerful when we're finished with that. Chthonic Zoe says, why do you have so few elements of the soul? Are you prioritizing something else? Not exactly prioritizing so much as just I started off with a way of playing, and I've moved... I've just kind of carried on. So essentially what I said was I didn't really want to commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms until I got stuck. And the logic here is almost kind of a... Yeah, 10 knock, DTG 16. So like basically, this is kind of my regret minimization framework. So the idea here is that until I get stuck, basically, I wanted to keep leveling up my skills as far as I could to see, I guess for lack, like, this is so silly, but like basically once I had to commit an element of the soul, or commit for an element of the soul, I would want to commit something that was like level 1. And then this would keep things like auroral contemplations, I'd be able to level those up to a top level. Now, the game is structured in such a way that you don't need to worry about making that choice, but it was just sort of like, let's see how far I can go with this. So we did wind up, and it has been helpful, we did wind up committing one thing to the Tree of Wisdoms. We put glass blowing and vessel crafting into Hushery, because I wanted the Whist. And certainly I would like 2 Arab so I can get... like Mrs. Kill and things like that. But the funny thing is that even though I've only ever committed my journal and that one skill, this is how much of Hush House we've been able to unlock with that alone. And then this is the collection of books that we've been able to read with this little. So at this point, it's kind of a... like it's almost like a challenge to see how much I can do without committing this stuff. So, all right, looks like we've got space to cram another book in. So we're just going to rearrange the library a little bit. Okay, there's space there as well. But yeah, so like again, I don't want to make it sound like I'm deliberately, like, I guess to a certain extent I am kind of deliberately avoiding yeah, like I guess to a certain extent I am avoiding the nuts. I am avoiding the elements of the soul, but like it's at this point I haven't actually okay, I can't even say I haven't felt the need, because I have felt the need, but like it's worked out that I've been able to get this far without them, so now it's become a little bit of a thing to just like hold off until the last possible minute for them. And again, it's such a silly idea, and yet it's been kind of fun to do it that way. Charles, you're definitely getting onto a thing I like about this a lot. So I love that the furniture and tools are incorporated into the game and its outcomes. Sometimes a comfortable sofa, soft lighting, or a nice cup of coffee makes the difference. Absolutely. Like I've said a few times how I love the way that this game handles like learning and understanding. The other thing too, and I sometimes like, if you think about this game, it does such a wonderful job of just incorporating all the senses. So there is like touch and sight. So even if you don't need to do like an upgrade or like read a book or something like that, you can still get a memory just from, just from like running your hand over the lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of particular richness that invites the hand. And I do sometimes wonder if this is also partly a reflection. If you think about what Weather Factory has been doing without, aside from Book of Hours, like there's the Church of Merch, and it's like, obviously if you have a sufficiently successful video game, like having a store where the super fans can like spend some extra money is good. Like that's one way that developers keep afloat, but it's more than that, right? The stuff that they have been making to a certain extent has sort of been realizing the secret histories more and more in the mundane world. So it's not, you don't just have the lady afterwards. The lady afterwards is this whole evening that you sort of put together with your friends, and it's not, I mean, if you can get the digital edition if you just want the experience, but like the boxed one that costs a pretty penny, like it's got a candle and maps and name tags, and And of course, the biggest version of this would be the Locksmith's Dream, which I think is doing its last batch of sort of sessions. They're not fully closing up. I think they're just moving on to a more Lovecraft-oriented one for the next one called The Key of Dreams. But the Locksmith's Dream is actually going to a physical place. And again, there's a big dinner, and there's the only one that they don't really engage is scent. But other than that, like, all of the senses are engaged, and you're investigating a mysterious house. I cannot stress enough how much Book of Hours actually really captures the experience of going around Treowen. And the thing the one thing I will say for Book of Hours is it does specifically reference the Locksmith's Dream. So the Wheel Locks and Karadar, like, all of those are references to that experience. So to a certain extent, Charles, like, the thing that's interesting about this is that I'm wondering, like, to a certain extent, it's just like great mechanics and good writing, and it's fun in its own right. But I also wonder, to a certain extent, whether or not some of this is a reflection of just how, like, Weather Factory has kind of been spending their time lately, because so many of the experiences have actually been things that are not just a digital experience, but are actually engaging all of these things that we're noticing. So yeah, well, I think we mentioned Cree. Like, I know you're really looking for, like, a source book to explain all of the lore in that, but the big problem for me is that anything that requires 2 players or more, in my opinion, is discrimination against the lonely. So I know it's one that I'm gonna it's one I'll observe rather than partake in. I don't know, though. If there's a sufficient sale, I'll maybe take a look. All right, I think I'm just gonna get my Eigengrau. The Eigengrau's been rendered. I don't know. It's not as important because of the because I've got the pitcher of water now. But I don't know. It's useful in its own way. Game's coming along well. RFSMGG. Not even first of their name. I don't think we're going to be able to get the creeper-crowded descent. Actually, we would. I'd use the same trick with the gardener and then just employ my health. I think we are really getting to the limits of what I can use with my existing resources, but I did find something totally indirectly, something new about Followers in the Sweet Bones. So one of the cool culty stuff, like rules for the Mansis or summoning things or something like that. Yeah, I mean, this is the funny thing too. Like, I do wonder a little bit about the absence of the Mansis other than as a painting. And I can understand for my legacy why I wouldn't be going into the Mansis. But I do find it interesting that, so far as I can tell, you do not actually visit the... oh, I'm an idiot. I didn't want to get the beaters. Well, I mean, okay, bittersweet syrup. I've got it now, fair enough. It is what it is. I wanted an Eigengrau, but I was paying attention to the wrong thing. Should have been Inks of Containment. Oh well. But yeah, even for this one, like, it's funny that the librarian apparently doesn't do that. And I like, again, I can explain why the Twiceborn wouldn't, but I'm trying to think why the other librarians may not. They did, yes. Actually, everybody's been noticing this. So it does let you know what the level is in the top left-hand corner. Possibly. But again, like, when I read the description of the artist, for instance, it's definitely very different from let's say the Twiceborn. And the other thing is that we've got people like Christopher Alopoli, who was a librarian at Hush House, it would seem to me like he would be somebody we would say, probably has gone to the Mansis. Now, I mean, maybe not as a librarian, right? We don't know. but that's like there's a few things that I sort of think of and I have some questions about in this game already, just in terms of where, I don't know, where either the absence of certain things or the like a particular limitation, let's say. I'm glad you like it. I think I might have stolen that from John Richardson, but I don't know. Discrimination against the lonely is definitely one that I use. I think I started saying it around the time that I got into GMT War Games. GMT is kind of an interesting company in the sense that they did like Kickstarter before Kickstarter. And that company kind of seems to be a reaction to the implosion of a lot of like really popular and successful board game companies around the like 70s and 80s. So the like the like if you think of it, like board games are a terrible business because if you get the, like, you know, you can be an Avalon Hill, you can be an SPI or something like that. You can be a successful board game company, but if you get it wrong once, like you're transforming money into like a pile of cardboard with drawings on it. And if you're like wrong in terms of what people want, you would actually be better to have the cardboard and plastic in their like not printed versions, because then at least they would be worth something. Like if you make a game that people don't want, it's actually worse than useless. And that's basically what happened. I mean, there's also just something about the excess. Like, I've never really played them, but I sort of know that there was sort of the excesses of those types of games. There were things that were like basically begging for computers to be invented. And, you know, then the computer came along and all of a sudden there was less of a reason to do the board gaming stuff. Although a lot of video games that were very influential, and we sort of have the benefits of, certainly they're ones that you know, we sorry, it actually just occurred to me that I've been able to read an edge text for a really long time and I haven't taken advantage of it, but I'll leave that aside for now. But yeah, so what GMT was doing, like the reason they did Kickstarter before Kickstarter was to get past that problem of like, okay, maybe people don't actually want to, you know, our wargaming audience doesn't actually want something set in a post-apocalyptic setting, or our wargaming audience doesn't want something set in space. They did this thing called Project 500. So essentially, if they got 500 pre-orders for a candidate board game, then they'd put it into production. And of course, now everybody's doing this, right? So eventually, Kickstarter did this, and after Kickstarter did it, then Steam introduced early access, and now it's no big deal for, you know, for people to play early stuff and to use that as an indication of the viability of a project. But for GMT, that was the way that they sort of made sure that they did not share the fate of their predecessors. And I mean, now the number of games that you need to get is usually higher than 500 now, but I found out about them because I started getting into their game. Twilight Struggle was the first one for me, but I found out a lot of their games. Labyrinth in particular was the first one that I checked out. They have a lot of single-player games. In fact, one of their recent releases, Mr. President, is only a solo board game. So I know I wind up looking like this absolutely tragic figure in my like half-basement apartment, you know, playing a single-player board game, screaming, I don't need to have friends to play this. But it's fun. It's a hobby. Anyways, yeah, so that's where I started saying 2 players or more is discrimination against the lonely. Among Us is discrimination against the lonely. Okay, so it's hail, ice wraps on the roofs and treetops. 3 edge, 3 sky. So it just occurred... oh, wait, so 6 edge. So yeah, if I got a memory with edge, that would be 8, 9. So now we can actually lock in the edge if I was so inclined. But let's see if there's something else that we can do before that. So these are nectar. That's Grail. So for Sky, Hail will give me, okay, so 7, 8 with the Fost. Sorry, 6 with the Fost. Oh yeah, my Sky leaves much to be desired, actually. Okay, so 4, 7, 8, 9 with the Astrolabe, but we're 1 short still. You've enjoyed the rules for solo D&D. You're currently trying to take down a cult that your squire saw in her dreams. Oh, that's neat. Yeah, I keep meaning to ask how the solo D&D is going. I wasn't sure if you were still working with it, but solo D&D for me is the other role-playing game with a title that starts with B. By the way, you're all buying this day 1, right? We need to make sure that Book of Hours topples Baldur's Gate 3. Could you imagine the reaction if Book of Hours was so successful it toppled that gets the chats in. Gingerbread Conductor, welcome. You think I have enough metal to resist? Well, you never know, right? I mean, everybody's circumstances are different, but you know, I'm certainly eager to see where people go. So yeah, this is actually an interesting dilemma. So with Denzel, excuse me. Sorry, I'm taking a minute to think about Denzel. So Denzel starts with 2 edge. I don't have Arab, so I can't use an element of the soul. So we can bring him up to 5 with the hail. And because it's a memory, okay, so I don't have any other memories that I can employ. We can bring him up to 6 with the tool. So I need to find another 2. And the funny thing is that I do actually have a T that would do that, but I think the T only gives 1. Yeah, it only gives 1 edge. Well, I guess technically that's the pot, but I'm pretty sure Second Flush Assam is just a single edge. Now I do know I have the milk, but 6 edge feels like a lot to give up. I really feel like we had something there. So the problem is that I'm trying to figure out how... Maybe we do just use the Auroral Contemplations here. Also, where did I put my health? Oh, pairs, right. Running out of room in the kitchen, or pantry rather. Yeah, we do have an edge tool. It's just the numbers I was accounting for. So Denzel on his own gets 2 edge. The hail would make him 5. the saw would make him 6. So the T would make him 7, but I need to find one edge elsewhere. And like theoretically I could get that from Arab, but I don't have Arab. And the thing is that I can use that hail to read this edge text, 7 shards. And the more I think about it, the more I think I'm going to do that. Does he accept other stuff? Yeah, he accepts metal and food. And I don't think I have edge food. I actually have very little food. So we've got the Pillis oat bread. We've got the bowl of sea blessed pears. Oh yeah, I should maybe check the Evening Isles coffee. I don't think it would have edge, but you never know. Yeah, not there. Schloss Jannings. So I guess the question now is, what do I want more? Do I want to read a new text, get a new skill? Because that could be the scarred. Yeah, see, the thing is, I actually kind of want this book a little bit more because I could actually get Disciplines of the Scar. Yeah, okay. I you flip a coin and then decide the thing that you wanted all along. So, Snow Stories, EX Liminal. So you need Trist Shapt and Whist. Okay. So. Oh, nuts! I screwed up. I needed to add the tool. I might have just ruined this winter, or this hail. Okay. Nothing I can do about it now. So now I gotta think about the Snow Stories. I think probably the best thing for me to do here is to try and lock in the... So Whist here, Foss, Trist. Yeah, I think I'll just take it one at a time. It's gonna be so slow to move up these lessons learned. The other thing I'm thinking about is, so it'd be nice to get a source of, like, memories, and this is probably going to wind up wasting, yeah, actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use the Trist here. So, this is kind of silly, right? Like, I'm spending potentially a bunch of money to, I'm potentially spending a bunch of money just to find out about the existence of unusual help, and I'm going to use them to wind up giving me some memories. But it's actually not a bad way of doing it, right? Like, I don't know what they're going to give me, so why not, see where this goes? So, what visitors might be passing through? In the meantime, though, let's get some regrets. I'm so mad about that screw up. Okay. That's not the Codex Acephalite. so Moon and Winter, confounding parable next. Introduction to the histories, I think, gives me my my hindsight. It's here somewhere. Hey. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's different... Like, right now, what I'm trying to do is I need to figure out, like, what the assistants are. So, like I said, I was trying to find a bug of all things doing that. And I was like, oh, okay. And like I said, it's really clear to see why I would have assumed it behaved differently. Like, you know, if I think about the way that I handle certain events in Cultist Simulator, you just, if anything, I wound up losing something whenever I would jam the slots to the guilds. But the thing is that Book of Hours is a different game, so it's also reasonable to say, okay, you know, it's a different game, so the rules are different. Yeah, I don't need to really use the Eigengrau here. I'll use the pitcher of water, but I figured I can throw all of my elements of the soul at this problem. All right, so let's see what we're up against for the reading. There's still a chance. Relevant furniture, soul, and weather. Ooh. Do I have an edge chair? I guess comfort would be the... I don't know. I don't think any of these have edge. Oh, hang on. What about the chess? Well, the chess set is edge, but it's a thing, so... Yeah, I think I blew it. Oh, severe chair. Unfussy marsh green upholstery. Marcosi says, still bashing your head against Cultist Simulator, collecting knot scars for completing the Priest DLC. The last one is tricky. Yeah, I remember. Actually, I think I needed to read the patch notes before I figured out that last one. Okay, so I need the whisk for the snow stories, so we're going to pour ourselves a glass of water and have a nap. Serve appropriately. Pour out. Oh, there's definitely an uncomfortable chair. It's just the uncomfortable chair is knock. I feel like I should also be moving out of this room, but I'm not quite ready for that yet. Rest. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So 90 seconds and I'll be able to get my snow stories. And passing by a consulting engineer. A consulting engineer has stopped by the Sweet Bones on the way home. The consulting engineer provides forge, sky, and lantern assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. Okay, so I'm going to write that down. So I guess the catch here is that I can't really see... Well, maybe sky. Nah. Like maybe if they're better than Denzel, we'd certainly want more memories to throw at it. But yeah, in this case here, this is really just a question of seeing what we can do. They cost twice as much as a normal follower. But let's see how it goes. This is our chance to learn things. Hired. Alright, so... Holy hell, okay. 4 forge, 4 lantern, 4 sky. So, let's work with this. Let's see what we can concoct. Okay, so forge, lantern, sky. Let me just double check that we don't have anything else. Okay, so we would need to get them up to 11. So 4, let's say we get a memory, so that brings them up to 6. The shaft would bring them up to 7, theoretically. Actually, I apologize. Again, I'm loopy from the lack of sleep. So I'm actually going to take the time to write this out. Okay, so 4 forge to start with. So 2 from a memory. Say 1 from shaft. I've already used my health, so it's going to be quite difficult to get those memories, incidentally. So 1 from a tool. So that's 4, 6, 7, 8. So now I need 3 more. So that would come from drinks or food. Ross Crag and whiskey, I think, only gives us the 1, but I know we haven't been using the tea. Not that one. Okay, so Lapsang Souchong. So the funny thing is, if I had metal, this would be in the bag. So surely there is a... I mean, these are all drinks, so that's... This, to the, there isn't forge weather in the game. Actually, we do have a pot of Dawnline coffee already, so I'll maybe double check that that doesn't have any special forge. Oh, Cinnabar. No, Cinnabar is a material, not a, not a food. Huh. There's actually an easier way for me to identify the forge stuff, by the way, but let's just double check that Dawn Line coffee. Yeah, so that's only a single. Yeah, so if I had some kind of forge food. Oh, Pillis oat bread. Man. Okay, so here's what I can do. Let's keep talking with the engineer. This is going to be like an absolute Hail Mary. But we do actually have a shot of making this work now. I also need to make sure that I'm paying attention to the... It's probably not going to work with the consulting engineer, but let's do our best with it. Okay, we don't have weather. Okay, stolen secret. So they'll accept an element of the soul, beverage, memory, fuel, sustenance, and tools. So that's another thing for me to remember. If they'll take fuel... oh, man. Okay. I'm taking a minute here just to write these down. So we have a few options for fuel. This is a little much to give up, but... But I know some of the plants count. Oh, actually... Petrol. Black oil rendered pale. Okay. I may have an idea. Alright, take a moment, stretch my legs, and change my point of view. Increase relevant aspects using comfort. Is there summoning in Book of Hours? None that I've seen yet, Mr. Hobbs. However, I will note that there is mirrors. It was often said of Lady Ava later that she was always good with mirrors. So this would be the sort of thing that... there's definitely references to things like hints. And right now they've been something that's getting in the way for us. But I do need to allow for the possibility that we may be able to do summonings later. I don't know though, because there's a lot of crafting in the game, but it's usually been crafting sort of inanimate things. Good with mirrors, an absolutely terrifying fun fact based on what you remember being in mirrors. Yep. Alright. So, 7th charge. The Lionsmith, one of the 2 great hours of struggle, broke his sword into 7 shards. Natalia Brulot, 5th librarian of Hush House, describes the nature of each of those shards, allegorically and otherwise. So this is probably going to be disciplines of the hammer that we get. The 7th shard we call informally the Invincible Audacity, which is struck from the winning move as the winning move is struck from a memory, with the application of sufficient edge. The 3rd shard, then, has been identified with the Cry of Pain. The Lionsmith is a stoic hour, but we must assume that in the sundering moment, even he might have been unable to restrain his distress. Now the sound of tin under pressure we call the Tin Cry, a reason, perhaps, for the further identification of the 3rd shard as the Shard Royal. So, of course, we have the association with tin and Henry VIII. Alright, that hindsight doesn't really help me. I'm gonna keep flogging the consulting engineer for now. We're starting to lose the day, so I am gonna sit down and work out a few things. I'm really worried that we're gonna get hit with Numa soon. Alright, I deserved a little quiet time. So first things first, we'll take the snow stories. I usually want to take whatever's difficult for me to achieve and do that first. So in theory with Edict's Liminal, yeah, I don't think we've got anything there. With the Forge we'd be able to do something with the Memory Regret, but Disciplines of the Hammer I think we only have at level 1, so yeah, in theory we could actually employ Disciplines of the Hammer if I was willing to use my Shapt. So one way, or let's just say, even without looking, I know I'm going to want to use are you kidding me? Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay. Sorry, I'm still working out my game plan here. All right. I'm gonna start by giving them the square. So I have lost a little momentum in terms of the memories and such, but I'm kind of relying on a couple of things to break my way here, so I don't want to commit too much. I could encourage my assistant, work with them, for a little while exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. So there might have been a better way for me to manage my elements of the soul today. We are getting near the end of the day, so this is the point where I really need to decide what I'm committing to. Ooh. I don't know if we have the time, though. I think I'm gonna go for it. You will all be amazed. I deserved a little quiet time. Okay, so we're going to take our memory regret and level up. Well, actually, we'll level up whatever we can. So the best would be Edict's Liminal, but I don't think I have what it takes here. Yeah, we decidedly cannot upgrade Edict's Liminal. We can, however, upgrade Disciplines of the Hammer. It's always more to learn. Okay, so this is kind of a regret. This is definitely back to regret minimization mode. So we hit the engineer with the T now. A nice drop. I can offer my assistant something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. And I think I should have just enough time to hit them with the petrol. I'll maybe just double check that I don't have some other form of fuel, but... The skill is now level 2. Well, it's a different... So the bread is currently 1. So I need to... I can stack up a bunch of individual ones, but no, because the wood here is 3 edge, and I believe they take a... Well, wood can be fuel, but... And then this one is nectar and winter. I know what I'm doing, don't worry, guys. The question is whether or not the sun goes down. We got it. So again, in terms of we've... so just if the logic's not clear here, so they're at 9. We want them at 11. So we are limited in terms of... We can... In reality, we can only give them one more thing. But just as, you know, for the sake of the argument, our options are to give them an element of the soul, a beverage, a memory, fuel, sustenance, or a tool. Now, we've already given them a tool, we've given them a memory, and we've given them a beverage. So my shopped is worth 1. Let's say my fuel is a wild card. It seems like for sustenance, I've given them... I can give them 1. So I can get 2 by giving them shopped and bread. But not only would I need to recover my shopped, but I would also need to give up the bread, and I would need the time to be able to do all of that. So then we say, okay, what about our fuel? Now I am actually going to take the time to just double check this. So yeah, the oscillate oil is 1 forge, so that doesn't do the trick. Paper counts as fuel, but not the kind that I need. Some of the plants do count as fuel, but again, so like what I'm really looking for here is just to double check that there isn't a there isn't some unexpected sort of 2-forge common item that I'm ignoring. The petrol I kind of got for free, so I shouldn't feel too bad to lose it. Oh, here we go. Honey Scar Scented Candle. I'm like 99% sure we've got another one of those. So. It'd be nice if I could verify that I have another one of those. Well, we'll take the one in the forge. The one in the forge we can afford to use, so. Alright, a light for the dark places. I can offer my assistant a candle. This will increase their aspect. They'll keep any candle stumps that might be left over. Yeah, well, the reason why I'm doing the, with the candle, I have... It's not hieroglyphics. Oh, it is. Chandlery. A skill that can be used with suitable ingredients to make candles. And honey scar scented candle, you say? Oh, well, there's the Aglaophotis. I know I have honey scar jasmine somewhere around here. Trumpeter's lily, Lenten rose. There we go, honey scar jasmine. So... yeah, so I've already got the well. So basically, if I put an element of the soul with heart, so essentially my health, theoretically core as well, but I don't have core. So that's how I get water. So it's a very inexpensive way for me to get recovery, but. Yeah, I'm actually pretty happy that we were able to make this happen. If nothing else, just because I know you all said that it would be so impressive if I pulled this off, so. Are you not entertained? It's the tea that did it. Alright, someone has smashed the headlocks of the bells so that they fell to the floor here. The stone is cracked beneath them. The noise must have been unbearable. One has fallen against the stairs to the tower top. I was probably optimistic to think I could fit that there. So there is a side of me that wants to see if I can hire the consulting engineer again, but I really need all hands on deck for elements of the soul. Anyway, he will now begin to bow in awe. Thank you. It's a gale. Okay, so... we may actually try to get the engineer back, because that's 3 heart, 3 sky. Okay, so a gardener gives us 1 heart. So we can turn that into 4 with the gale, 5 with the health, 6 with the 6 with the bowl. The thing is, I don't think I have, like, I'm not giving the Ruby Wise Ruin. I could do the combination of, like, Schloss Jannings and like the bread. Oh, actually, we have a lot. Yeah, we actually have quite a bit that gives heart. So again, I just want to... maybe the other thing I want to check here is... Okay, so I'm going to do the same I want to do the same little bit of reasoning here. So for the gardener, so basically the no cost version of this brings them up to 6. We need them at 8. Yeah, so drink and food. Okay. And knowing what I know now, I'm going to wait. Nah, you know what? We're hiring the gardener no matter what. Assistance from an orchard keeper. In autumn, the keepers come to sell their wares in Brandkrug. A shilling will buy one's help. Orchard keepers offer nectar and a little heart. Okay, so I think it's all hands on deck on Edict's Liminal. So I'm going to need 4 between Moth and Knock. And I'm going to need my Trist or my Shapt. So let's leave the Trist aside to do the upgrade. So Whist, 2 Fost, and yeah, it is quite literally all hands on deck. Now I can commit all of these at once. But maybe talking with the Orchard Keeper is a better option here. So maybe we'll do these like one at a time. And I can actually start by getting things like patterns and confounding parables. So just as a reminder for myself, Edict's Liminal requires Knock and Moth. Yeah, so we'll start with by their marks, you shall know them. Knock, a familiar passage. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And like I said, we're going to do this one at a time just so that I can potentially get some Moth and Knock stuff from the Orchard Keeper. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen, but you know, again, if we can just file this in one at a time, it gives me the possibility of extending the life of some of my elements of the soul. Although maybe as a start, we will get them up to the level that they need. Oops. Bells, Giver, Teller, Sure's Tongue, Lady Janice, and Great Paycock are the names of these bells, though they're older than the abbey itself, and those names have certainly been corrupted over the years. By 1915, Sure's Tongue and Lady Janice were too cracked to ring, and the Suppression Bureau paid for them to be recast. Serena Blackwood's quid pro quo for the assistance she gave George Collier's with his clock project. Solar Gothic period from the 11th century to the 16th century, the sisters and brothers of St. Brendan's dwelt on the Isle. It was a holy place, a wealthy place, and a center of learning, though a surprisingly obscure one. Then, in 1534, the Bronze King Henry dissolved the foundation, exiled the brethren, and gave the Isle to the family de Wolf. So, the weird cursed spire. 7 years ago, someone pronounced a curse here in the name of the sun and its many selves. This place was not the curse's target, and nor was I, but its poison fills the air around me. I should not enter here until it's cleansed. So 12 lantern, 12 moth, and 12 sky. So as a hypothetical, let's just imagine we tried to bring in the engineer on this. So, starting with 4. Gale, so that's 7. Astrolabe is 8. Let's think about Sky beverages. No, it doesn't tell me. So we know we at least have a 1. I was hoping we might have more, but... Problem is, it's actually quite hard to think about what a sky... Oh, hang on, we can make a sky drink, actually. Also, what about Solomon's preparation? Because I feel like that... Nope, that's pure winter. But yeah, I definitely feel like there's something I can make with Blue Crown. Okay, neither here nor there. Let's focus on what we actually have. So, drink. So that brings it up to 9. So that's space, weather, tool, drink. I don't think there's a 12 here. Yeah. It was considerably easier when I think it was like Mr. Kill and Denzel would basically just accept any material and there was no limit to the number of times you could add stuff, so Blue Crown forever. It's actually one of the main reasons why I continue to get a lot of Blue Crown. It's helpful for making Solomon's preparation, but I absolutely harvest Blue Crown for the exact reason that you're mentioning, Irrepressible. I keep forgetting you were in the beta, so you know exactly what's up. Surely one of these candles gives me the... Well, it's got to be a candle that counts as fuel. I'm not convinced this is a good use of time. Like, there might be a way that I can angle it around, but... like if, for instance, I added Faust. I can get that up to 10, so then it would just be a matter of finding, like, sustenance. But yeah, I don't think it's... Combine the awakened feathers into an awakened turkey, serve the awakened turkey at the at dinner. Why didn't I think of that? No. Yeah, I don't know. I don't need to invest too much in that anyway. I think the time it's going to take me to get the Orchard Keeper to where they need to go, though, I'm basically going to have all of my... Have you tried the 10 skill crafting yet? A couple of times. I don't quite have the distribution of things that I need. This may change with, like, Edict's Liminal and Disciplines of the Hammer and such, but The main 10-level crafting that I've done has been Solomon's Preparation, or Preparation H, as I like to call it. Cake time. Then drink and food. Okay, so there's the pattern. I'm looking for knock stuff right now because that's the least likely that the Orchard Keeper is going to give me. Pale Lady and a Prince of Wines. So now we can quiz people. Who's the Pale Lady and who is the Prince of Wines? That is an open question for anybody who wants to answer, just in case that wasn't clear. It's a way that I can distract you all while I try and find the stupid book. One of those two. Actually, oh, here we go. Okay, we gotta serve the Schloss Jennings. Pour out. The DeWolf decimal system. Well done, Irrepressible. Were you sitting on that for multiple streams, or did that just come to you at the perfect moment? I will believe both stories, so don't feel a need to be honest if that was one you were sitting on for a long time. I like that. Okay. I like that so much. I will steal it. Don't go by the Discord anytime soon. I'm trying to find the least impactful consumption. It's like the Amber Pumpkin's kind of nice because of the lantern that it gives, but the Pale Marrow gives 2 nectar. So I think I am going to have to give up the bread. Well, that or I could give up the health, but I kind of need my elements of the soul. Whoa, hang on. Oh, I was off by 1, so I'm going to have to give up the health no matter what. Oh man, I got so salty when I saw, like, I had that like nice layout for the librarian one, and people are like, oh, I put the books by color, and I'm like, it looks nice. What do you do for screenshots? Pears aren't heart. Grail, moon, and nectar. Now the ones on the table have heart. But it's a little bit like giving up the pillis oat bread. There's not as many food items that have moth, so. Renewable heart from food is actually quite rare. Thank you, Irrepressible. Not that long, 60 episodes, so about as long as what it normally takes. Okay, we got 2 memories down. We're halfway through the day, so I kind of need to get on this. Gospel of Zacchaeus will give me a stolen secret, so let's run with that. We haven't used the gardener for any conversation yet, but again, I've been deliberately dragging this out. By the way, the Prince of Wines is Lord Franklin Bancroft. But yeah, I've been dragging this out just so that I can, I can give myself the option of getting new things. Actually, okay, so for Disciplines of the Hammer, I'm running through this in my head. So, to take it to 3, I have the 1 lesson, and then I'd need 2 of Edge or Forge. Oh, but then I'd also need the... Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I was debating on whether or not I should try and recover an element of the soul. I'm ready to lend my limbs. We've got a fair amount of the day still ahead of us, so... Okay, so Disciplines of the Hammer... It has to be Shap, though. So let's try and get the Tryst back. Yes! Okay. I'm getting some ideas. It may not turn out. In that case, we'll just maybe make a bit of money, but I'm interested enough. You know what? Oh no, that's nectar, so that's fine. If it's a raw prophet, they have many limbs to offer. So the Tryst gives me options, is sort of the logic here, although it's really close to the end of the day, so... I think I'm probably just going to wind up wasting that time. Alright, we'll work alongside each other. So, again, we're going to keep talking with the Orchard Keeper just in case we can make some magic happen. Okay, so the catch here is that none of the... Oh, actually, pattern works. I was going to say, we want to make sure that Edict's Liminal is the first priority, but the second best would be as if we can get something that also works with Disciplines of the Hammer. Problem is, Edge, Forge, Knock, Moth are not exactly most compatible. I'm just consulting my list here. Yeah, honestly, impulse is the obvious one here, so I think I think the big problem I'm going to run into right now is if I try to get too clever. So let's say the goal for today is Edict's Liminal. The nice to have is Disciplines of the Hammer, and we'll take it from there. I also hope it's Deoris 1, because if it's not, I'm going to be mad. Storm. Okay, fair enough. So again, we've already locked in the 8 heart for the Orchard Keeper, so we know that we get a new room. Oop. New room. And in fact, on a rainy day, we get both of these. And I'm holding off on... I mean, I don't have all the memories anyway, but I'm actually going to use the Tryst with Edict's Liminal just in case we catch a lucky break. So all that we've really given up here is some water. The water is pretty renewable. Although I am going through it reasonably quickly, so I should be conscious of that. But anyways, there's no reason to hold off. Actually, there is one slight reason to hold off. Intuition doesn't help me, I don't think. Yeah, it feels like it should, but it doesn't. Whew. That's a little corny that I'm doing it, but it hasn't committed yet, so. Oh, actually, okay. I'm gonna be a bit of a cheeseball on this one just to see if I can. Okay, no, it does go away. They finally fixed it. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm just trying to think, at this point, do I even have a chance of improving Disciplines of the Hammer? I use the shaft, the understanding. So even with the pattern, I would need another thing. So I may be screwing myself doing this, but So I may have wanted to start that job before nightfall. Okay, and then... I'm trying to lock all this stuff in as early as I can. In case we get hit by Numa. Alright, the light of this room dims in pulses of sunset red over and over, in a half-heard heartbeat that matches the crashing of the waves below. It'll need careful exorcism from someone attuned to these influences. Okay, the gossip wouldn't have helped us anyway. So we'll see what the next day brings. The skill is now level 5. Its power aspects have also increased. So if all goes well, tomorrow we're going to turn this into level 6. If all goes well is a very big if. Okay, I think we've lost our shot for today. I didn't need the money that bad. So, first thing we're going to do is recover that. I think I should just keep the picture on me at this point. Rainy day. Okay, so... Oh, this is going to be So this is an opportunity I want to take. It's just I've got a lot of things... I've got a lot of things demanding my attention. So we use the dandelion wine. Again, I'm just going to game out the day. Then I feed them the pears, so that way I don't need to use up... Okay, we are definitely doing that. So this doesn't require any of my elements of the soul. Next up, I'm getting my shaft back. Okay, so in order to get my edict's liminal... I really gotta make sure I've got all my ducks in a row on this one. So, to upgrade the edict's liminal, I'm gonna need the shaft, I'm going to need the lesson, and I'm gonna need 5 memories. And of course, those memories need to be unique. I just have enough. Okay, so we're committing the day to Edict's Liminal, but that's the right way because Disciplines of the Hammer is going to be a piece. Even if we get hit by Numa, Disciplines of the Hammer is going to be a piece of cake. So, next thing I need to make sure of is that I actually, like, I kind of need to deploy all of my elements of the soul, like, thoughtfully. So, Gospel of Zacchaeus, first of all. There's more than you'd think, and it's not even a question of the advanced texts. You can actually get those memories from crafting. But you're right. Like Moth and Nock, like Moth in particular for me is a challenging one. I really only have Impulse, which you can get from hirelings, but it's a difficult one for sure. Okay, the Ambrose desk. The Almanac of Entrances. Reading room desk. The Twin Serpent Tantra for the pattern. And then Deoris book volume 1 for the Impulse. So of course we're gonna have all these before the shop is ready, but I figure we'll put the effort in now, and it's just that much easier for us in the future. The next question for me, though, is do I want to try and recover another element of the soul to go for Disciplines of the Hammer? Well, actually, I got a couple of options available to me. So first thing we're going to do, let's get the Orchard Keeper, and we will buff them to where they need to be. And then we'll maybe see if conversations with them produce what they need. In the meantime, stores. At the time of the Prayer Book Rebellion in 1549, Hendrik used this room as a prison cell for unfortunate locals, including the cunning man and rebel ringleader Red William, who had boasted of the curse he placed on Hendrik's heirs. There will be no seventh of his line. There is a story told in Brandkrug village that Hendrik came to speak with the imprisoned William in person. There will be no second of your line, he told him, and had them gelded there in this very cell and cast into the darkness of the caves below the house. There is another story that Eva de Wolf once answered an importunate suitor by bringing him here to this room and pointing out a stain upon the stones. Okay. Chow down. Did I mess this up? No. Bowls, right. Yeah, so winter, hindsight, regret. Big old pile of memories coming in. Oopsies. Okay, I've completely forgotten what drink I was going to give them. Because the funny thing is, the dandelion wine would actually be sufficient to get them to the 7 nectar that I need. So now I'm kind of in cheat mode to see if I can... Oh, actually, the bunch of grapes would have made even more sense. Sorry, again, I just need a minute to think. I don't think the water has the... Oh, do I even have water anymore? I feel like I probably used it all up. You know what? We don't need to get fancy about this. These resources exist to be consumed, so pour out. I'm sure I could have worked this out better. Like, I could have given them the bowls, for instance, unless I already did. No, I didn't. But it's fine. Okay. We're waiting on the... Yeah, okay. I think I know what I'm doing. I deserved a little quiet time. So, again, first priority is to move Edict's Liminal up to 6. Everything else is a nice bonus. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming maybe something like herbs and infusions or rites of the roots. The other thing is that I haven't been taking advantage of Crowcross Sands, and I've like almost never gone to the... And this playthrough, I've never once gone to the moor. But the thing is, the moor is heart, rose, and scale. So basically, my health is the only thing I can use there. And if you look, I don't actually have that many skills with heart. Like herbs and infusions is good. But because that's kind of competing for attention with literally everything else. So, you know, I use it to draw up water, I use it to work, I use it to, you know, get the memories for the Edict's Liminal. Like, there's just so many things that I need to use my health, or gardening for that matter. There's just so much that I use it for that, you know, I need to pick my battles, basically. But I've definitely gotten wine from Crowcross Sands before. Well, maybe not definitely, but I feel like I get wine from packages, and yeah, I'm feeling okay about our prospect of getting wine. Oh yes, I remember this area. Okay, so I do want to read this at some point, but let's focus on the task at hand. We're midday. Okay, so first of all, I do want to see if I have one of those pictures, because if not, I'm fine with it. I can use some of the Eigengrau. Yeah, let's not stand on ceremony. May not turn out, but I think this is worth the attempt. So a quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Oh, there's a picture of Isle Water. Okay, so that regret's already one step one step closer. I don't think there's any way that we get another element of the soul in time to like read a book, but if it, fear, foresight. And again, like if we don't get Disciplines of the Hammer, that's fine. Even if it's Pneuma tomorrow, like it's 2 elements of the soul, or 3 once we include the shaft. But like, it is not a significant hardship to get this thing upgraded. But if we can do it today, obviously that's such a huge benefit to us. God, it is so tempting to try and recover something, but like I know that is a trap. So we'll stick with the plan. We'll see what the Orchard Keeper can give us. We know at a minimum we get the Rose Haunted Hall, and then potentially we get something else. Oh, God bless you. Hello, DigiInferno. How you doing? All right. Well, I think that's all we need. I don't think we could have asked for more or anything more from the Orchard Keeper. Well done, my good and faithful servant. Rose Haunted Hall. This room is rife with climbing roses, tangled in the lamps, sprawled across the table. The blossoms are a deep, deep red, one of those colors not often seen in waking life, and their perfume makes my head swim. Another of Van Loren's protections, or something else? In any case, it'll be arduous, careful work to clear it. I'm feeling much the same way, DigiInferno, but people have been very kind, even with a rough start. Today, so I'm still going a bit. I'm already an hour over when I would normally go, but as long as I get to bed, I'd say ideally within the hour, I'll be fine. Even a little bit later, I think I can manage. But yeah, I can definitely see. Oh my God, who the hell is Drillian? Long time no see. We got Stasnak, tell the story of tonight. Drillian himself. Is it Sizji? Cody, 0th of his name. The Hayshawn. Too late to eat my viewers' brains. Yeah, you weren't playing LA Noire. I saw you playing LA Noire. I didn't say anything because I wasn't sure how long I was going to be there, but I think you must have been doing LA Noire recently, because I know I saw you at the start of that playthrough, but I think you're still going through it. We've got General Lee, 4,177th of his name. Thank you very much for the follow there. Still playing LA Noire, so close to the end. Thank you, everybody, for the raid. For those of you who do not know Derillion, I actually found him, or maybe he found me. We found each other through a nice little city builder by Brace Yourself Games called Industries of Titan. Now, Drillian is a very good broadcaster in his own right, and so really put him in front of any game, and you're going to have a great time. So he's definitely somebody who has a great talent as a variety broadcaster. I've seen him do everything. Thank you very much for the follow, Sizji. Yeah, I've seen him do everything from sort of Axiom Verge to LA Noire, as we mentioned recently, and I do feel like a little bit of a heel, not getting to stop by his channel as often as I did, but I unfortunately am also under a lot of pressure, so I can let a few of you know. I'm sorry to be talking about myself, after this nice raid. For those of you who came along with Derillion, I definitely know in terms of raids, you sign up for one streamer, and just because the streamer likes the person that they're hosting doesn't necessarily mean that's into you. So I really appreciate you coming along for the raid. It definitely speaks well of Drillian, although obviously I already think very highly of him. But this is a game that will be releasing on the 17th, so we're just a few days out, and there's actually a couple of special things that are coming up with this. So I will be broadcasting this on the Steam page, which of course happened with Industries of Titan as well, although this time it will be live. And then on top of that, on the GOG channel, I will also be interviewing the developers of the game. So if you happen to like this strange crafting RPG full of mysteries and reading where you rebuild an occult library named Hush House, this is not just the spiritual sequel. This takes place in the same setting, The Secret Histories. So it contains references to Cultist Simulator. We actually had the Weary Detective stop by somewhat recently. I also interviewed them for Cultist Simulator when it first came out. So this is a follow-up to Cultist Simulator. It's definitely not as intense. So for those of you who found Cultist Simulator to be interesting, but it asked a lot of you, this game will still make you do a lot of reading. It benefits from reading and rereading, but you don't have that same intensity in terms of sort of the timer kind of ticking down and getting ready to kill you. So never got very far in Cultist Sim. Well, I do have some videos and tutorials if you ever want to go a little bit further. But yeah, for those of you who found that Cultist Simulator was an interesting game, but you thought that maybe it killed you off a little bit too much, I can definitely tell you that Book of Hours is for you. So at this point is the Associated Press of Weather Factory, Pillar of the Community. I don't know about Pillar of the Community, but actually, sorry, this is pure self-promotion when I should be talking about the game, but this may be of interest for some of you. I think I vanity Googled this enough that it comes up as like the top result, but in May of 2020, now this won't make any sense if you haven't played Cultist Simulator, but this is an article that I wrote called The Networks of Cultist Simulator. And basically what I did was a network analysis. So you can access all of the different cards in the game. It's all just a bunch of JSON files in the back end. So it translated that into a database that was also with the help of Lyrazyter. So basically there's 1,310 sort of individual elements in the game, and there's this like huge, it's like a 50 megabyte PNG file or something like that shows like the whole network, and then there's like some close-ups that I do of it. But basically I kind of tried to figure out is like what is the most popular, or what's the most connected of the principles and such. So I don't know. I thought it was interesting. I'll probably wind up doing something similar for Book of Hours when the time comes. But right now, I'm just enjoying this very atmospheric, very beautiful game about, I don't know, running around in my lonesome. By the way, there was a storm just before I got this streamer key. I was working with the beta. But the beta keys got revoked when the beta was finished, obviously. And I remember there was a big storm, and I was like, I kind of wish I was playing Book of Hours, just because, the atmosphere was working well. And the next day, actually, was when the streamer key came in. But there's one touch that they added just at the end of the beta, which I really like. So it's a rainy day. You can sort of see it through the image here. But just listen to the audio as I zoom in and go indoors. So, you're exploring this ancient library, you're rebuilding it, you're rebuilding yourself. You get to stop by a warm fire, perhaps have a glass of Domaine Reveline, or perhaps, Evening Isles coffee. Got a pot brewed over here. There is just so much atmosphere to this game. it is incredibly pleasant to just sort of sit around and enjoy everything. So I don't know if I make much progress in the game, but it is definitely a mood. So anyways, I do have a little bit of inventory to... Oh, no, sorry. We're going to improve Disciplines of the Hammer first because we got very lucky with that Orchard Keeper. So in this game, unlike Cultist Simulator, there are specific skills. I have a lot of them. So I'm playing this in a very unusual way. The way that you play this game, as you read the texts, so these are all the books that we've read. Unlike Cultist Simulator, the books do not vanish when you read them. You gain lessons, and those lessons can turn into skills, and you can take those skills and you can level them up. So in the case of the game here, when you level up skills, what you normally do is you go to the Tree of Wisdoms. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdoms to learn secrets and to gain elements of the soul. So our ultimate goal, in our case we're playing the Twiceborn, so our goal is to get to the top level of Illumination. But you do that by committing the appropriate skills to the relevant the relevant steps in the Tree of Wisdoms. The catch is that they have to be certain levels. So in this case, with my 6 Auroral Contemplations, I could get to level 6 in Illumination, and then there would be three more for me to get to that top level there. So one of the things that I've been doing is I've been holding back on committing any of these skills to the Tree of Wisdom's reasoning that I wanted to see how far I could get in the game until I got stuck. And then what I would do is for like the low level stuff, I would know what skills were low level to kind of go in and commit to get the elements of the soul that I needed. And that would preserve things like Auroral Contemplations and Edicts Liminal to like really go further into the Tree of Wisdoms. There's absolutely another way of playing the games this way. In fact, I'm just making the game harder for myself doing it. But we sort of started off with that, and we've unlocked so much of Hush House doing it this way that I kind of wanted to see. How far I could go. But yeah, in any case, you can use these. They'll give you the different principles that you need to read increasingly difficult texts. So we are kind of hitting the limits of what we can read with our existing skills. For instance, we've got the Beekeeper's Ends. That takes 8 nectar. We've got 3 nectar from herbs and infusions. Health would give us 1, so we have 4. We need to find the other 4 through something else. So what I'm about to do here is upgrade Disciplines of the Hammer, which is, for those of you who are Cultist Simulator fans, will rather suspect that this is related to the Lionsmith, and it is. For those of you who don't know who the Lionsmith is, that's fine. You can enjoy 40 hours of Cultist Simulator and still not understand who the Lion... No. You are not expected to play any of the preceding games. So Weather Factory has created a tabletop experience called The Lady Afterwards. There's the game Cultist Simulator, and now Book of Hours. In addition, there is a company called Tricuspid Limited, which runs a live event called The Locksmith's Dream, and there are references at least to Cultist Simulator and The Locksmith's Dream in this, and I suspect there's probably a reference to The Lady Afterwards as well. I just haven't played it. So if you are familiar with them, there will be things that you can pick up on, but if you haven't played any of them, you can play Book of Hours and just enjoy it on its own. Hey, no worries, Cody. I was mostly just ranting anyway, so I don't take attendance, and I appreciate you sticking around. So now, I am fairly late into the game, but I would love to be able to help bring everyone up to speed. So if anybody has any questions about the game, either what the basics are, what you do, I'm happy to answer those. I'm going to take a small inventory of the room that we unlocked, because there's not much else for me to do for the day. I'll sort of explain how elements of the soul and such work, but right now I want to see some of the goodies that I got. So, kerosene for the brightest flame. The skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased, so we'll... There we go. So much of this is gibberish to you, though you're also playing Baldur's Gate 3 at the same time, so only paying half attention. Well, like, this game has its own world of sort of secret gods and like texts and so on. Like, if you're someone who's into the occult, there will be like a ton of stuff that you're like, oh wait, I think that's a reference to, and you'll probably be right, because Cultist Simulator was very much about sort of secret societies. I know it had like a Lovecraftian tint to it, but if you go back and read history for things like, you know, the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn and such, you'll see, like, so, you know, like there's enough to pick up. I'm probably not the best person to talk to about it because I just don't know enough. But if it's something that you were interested, there'll be enough that you sort of pick up on to hold your interest. Book of Hours goes in a slightly different direction with it, but again, there is it's got its whole kind of cosmology. It's got its own scholars. There's contradictory accounts of things. There are 5 different histories in this setting. There's one where Alexander sort of turned away before conquering Persia, and these all exist beside each other, and you have to figure out what all of that means. And that's some of the appeal of it. There's a very basic level of this game in terms of exploring different rooms and reading strange books and such. But once you start scratching under the surface, there is a lot. So, but yeah, Baldur's Gate also asks a lot of you, just in different ways. So, like I said, I'm happy to try and answer questions, but for the rest of the day, because we're basically, actually, it could already be nightfall. Nope. I'm going to, now it's dusk. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So I'm going to take some time to just see what I found in these different rooms. I'll read the description for the stores, by the way, just for the benefit of people. Is unlocking the skill tree the last thing you'll do to finish the game? Yeah, so far as I can tell. So I haven't actually completed the game, but so this will not be a bad opportunity for me to describe the character. So when you start this game, and sorry, Marcosi, this is going to be a long answer to your question, but we'll get to it, and that way we'll be able to bring some people up in terms of what's going on in this story as well. So in this game, you start off, you've been in a shipwreck, and you wash up on St. Brendan's Cove with a soaked journal, the only possession that you took with yourself. And so the first thing you need to do is get from St. Brendan's Cove into Brankrug Village. Brankrug Village is near Hush House, where you were going to be the librarian anyway. That's why you were on the ship. Once you dry out your journal, you actually find out about your background. There's almost a kind of a personality test that you take at the beginning of the game to decide who you are. So I dried out my journal, and it was the Amberflex journal. I am the twice-born librarian of Hush House, and this is the journal in which I keep my remaining memories. And then a note from the developer, the Twiceborn's third choice might be life as the librarian, or it might be something more radical, but you can complete the game by recording any history. You might wish to begin your studies with the Illumination Wisdom. So, here we go, Memories the Twiceborn. I remember that once I walked the House of the Sun as a bodiless immortal, but there was a matter that could only be resolved if I returned to flesh. Now, if I go back to the House of the Sun, I will be hunted and punished. If I stay in flesh, I will be hunted and devoured. I need a third choice. To remain at Hush House as a librarian would be one such choice, but there might be something more. So, you know, again, you read this sort of stuff, and you're like, what the hell does any of that mean? But, again, even if you haven't played Cultist Simulator, so if you've played Cultist Simulator, you'll know that the House of the Sun is the Mansis. But even inside of Hush House, there is a painting called the Mansis. There have been many attempts to depict the House of the Sun. This, by the visionary painter known only as the Magyar, is the best known. It's signed and dated. If it's really the original, it must count as one of the great treasures of the house. Now, the Mansis will mean much more to you if you've played Cultist Simulator, but you still have an idea now of what the House of the Sun is. It's no longer just a random name for something inside of this game. And you can kind of carry on. For instance, you know that Hush House is the library because, for crying out loud, it says it right over the name, or right over the building, in neon lights in the 1930s. But again, it's kind of talking about completing by recording any history. I don't know if it says I don't actually remember where it specifically says getting to the last entry on the Tree of Wisdoms wins the game, but yeah, so far as I can tell, if I get to Illumination 9, that will finish the game. And I'm actually trying to remember where I got that from. But in this case, it's recommending that you go to Illumination. It doesn't restrict you, so if you want to do any of the other endings, you can.
I would never want to belong to
Cody Zero, thank you thank you very much for the follow. But that's my understanding of it, at least. Although again, I suspect getting 9 skill is going to be a pretty strong challenge. Okay, we'll let the timer go by, but I did want to read the description of the stores again for the benefit of the newcomers. So, at the time of the Prayer Book Rebellion in 1549, Hendrik used this room as a prison cell for unfortunate locals, including the cunning man and rebel ringleader Red William, who had boasted of the curse he placed on Hendrik's heirs. There will be no seventh of his line. There is a story told in Brandkrug village that Hendrik came to speak with the imprisoned William in person. There will be no second of your line, he told him, and he had him gelded here in this very cell and cast into the darkness of the caves below the house. There is another story that Eva de Wolf once answered an importunate suitor by bringing him here to this room and pointing out a stain upon the stones. There are many other stories of Eva de Wolf, but I'm going to take a look at what I can find in the stores. So we've got yellow paint. This paint is nothing like the sun. It has lantern aspect. It's a thing, liquid and pigment. Pink paint. People are never this color. Heart. Just before we get to the weather, I want to see what else we've got. We've got Bosque green. The wood is probably not this color. Nectar. Green paint. Trees are rarely this color. Also nectar. Dusk blue. This paint is the precise color of the Atlantic Ocean at 4 o'clock on a clear autumn afternoon. Moon. Also palest blue. Snow is not quite this color. Winter. Appropriately enough, it is now winter. Now comes the white. We've got steel wire, the kernel's metal, so edge and forge, it is a material and metal, so Denzel can work it, and we can also use that if you look at the foundry. I'll accept glass, metal, and stone. Scintillate oil, so that's to forge. Glue, forge nectar material. We've got contraband jetsam, a slim parcel, box of rarities, 2 boxes of rarities. Okay, so I will use those with my elements of the soul to open them when I can. More fuel, a saw, so that's an edge tool, bolt of pale silk, hurricane lamp, isle water, eigengrau, basket of clean towels, bath time luxury, bolt of moss green velvet, more skin shuck mead, Schloss Jannings, drinking cocoa, a bottled candle, an admirable combination of 2 utterly disparate elements. Quite genius. Now, I would have thought that this, the laundry machine would have been something that I can work, but no. And a plain stool, the most reliable object imaginable. How old is it? Okay, finally, I want to get a quick word on the refectory. Here, the whole curia used to meet, the librarian and the secretary salvant, vigilant, and enigmatic, sometimes even the secretary nunciant, though the duties of that office usually kept him away from the house. But there's only ever been one secretary persistent, and she has never liked to eat in company. That was, I wonder if that's the Rowena. And she has never liked to eat in company. That was in the good times of the curious heyday. In later years, the governor of the jail would sit at one end, the librarian at the other, and the clock would tick away the long silences between their words. So I do want to see what we've got in here. A mask watch clock, reputedly crafted for the Mask of Masks during the Great Writhing. The Hatching. Human figures crawl from a clamshell. That's a scale painting. Portrait of a behatted lady. The more prominent the headgear, the closer to the glory. Oh, I'm going to remember. Alright, this is going to be my justification to buy a fedora. Night mirror. An oddly dim mirror. Lantern and moon. Also wall art. Tall candlestick. Elegant simplicity. Lantern. Vase of lilies, an elegant ornament, nectar and winter, also flower. And not much else, although there is a fire, so fire mutters companionably in the grate. So we could use that to make tea if we wanted, or we could just burn things. But now what interests me here is there's not a whole lot in this room, so I'm wondering if there is, like, if there's going to be something that I do later with this room. A full carnival hat? Dunce cap? Okay, let's also do a quick check in terms of the remaining rooms. So this room I just need to provide ink, but I kind of want to see how far I can go with what we already have. The Infested Wine Cellar, 10 Grail, 10 Moth, Overgrown Kitchen Garden, 9 Grail, 9 Nectar, Creeper Crowded Descent, 8 Nectar, 8 Scale, 8 Moon, Dim Hall, 8 Edge, 8 Grail. So all of those are things that I would probably want Arab for. And the Weird Curse Spire would be 12 Lantern, 12 Moth, or 12 Sky. And I may, at some point, want to check out the Sweet Bones with an Element of the Soul to see if there are any cool people that I can hire that may be relevant to that task. We also have a visitor arriving, but let's see what the weather is before we go any further. Snow! Alright, 3 sky, 3 winter. I feel like there is something I should be able to do with this. So we've got snow stories. We can go up to 8 snow. So we can get 10 winter without any real effort. So I suppose the question is, do I have any texts that will let me do that? I do. So this is a cursed book, let's say. It's not actually a curse, but this says, Chionic Theoplasma, this book has suffered the attention from one of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. This contamination can affect your tryst and health and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination and at least 7 heart. So unfortunately, we don't have the 7 heart to be able to remove this, but we need our whist instead of our... Oh yeah, actually, yeah, this is a piece of cake. So we'll definitely use the snow. So again, if I can use the snow to get to another room, that's fine. But I don't see... We already kind of tried something with 3 sky, and it was a bit of a stretch. So unless we had a winter or a sky here, which we don't, I think the best use is to read a book. So in this case, The World Does Not Weep, Brown Joshua, found in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. So we'll take The World Does Not Weep. So the way that reading books in this game works, you consider them or you read them at a desk. So in this case, it's got a 10 intensity winter mystery. Greater challenges require stronger skills. It's also noteworthy that it's written in Aramaic. So the librarian can read Aramaic, but don't assume others can, the language of Aram and all our many children in these 3,000 years and more. There are some wonderful descriptions in this game, by the way, so readable. There are worse things to put in your eyes than this. Just say hi to the hours from nowhere as you read. Does anybody have a favorite hour from nowhere? Any Crowned Growth fans here? All right. So yeah, we add the snow stories. So this is because we were able to upgrade them. I can master this mystery enough winter to match mystery winter. So the main way that any challenge in this game works is that you'll have to put a certain value of something in. And in this case here, we're just reading a particularly difficult book in a different language, which is attached to winter, the principle of silence, endings, and of those things that are not quite dead. So in this case, we've combined our knowledge of snow stories, our element of the soul, whist, and then finally the snowy weather just put us in mind, and we're able to read the book. All right, so I guess the question is, what do I want to do with the rest of the day? I suppose it's just as well for me to see... Yeah, let's see what... You know what? I'm actually going to wait to see what the conclusion... No, I'm not. I'm not going to do fortune telling. I am going to see what fancy person I can hire, though. Seek unusual help. What visitors might be passing through. So I was kind of tempted to open a bunch of boxes here, but I think... Okay, so one thing I'm going to do is draw water from the well, lower the bucket, creaking into the dark. And then the remaining 3, what I'll probably do is I'll try and use them to level up whatever skill we get from the text. And if that doesn't work, then we can just open the different containers that we have in the stores. In the meantime, current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug? What visitors will the season bring? So, for those of you who are Cultist Simulator fans, you will recognize Detective Illuminate Douglas Moore, formerly known as the Weary Detective, and Zachary Wakefield, who is... Oh, looks like... A story has no beginning or end. Arbitrarily, one chooses that moment of experience from which to look back or from which to look ahead. Graham Greene. This incident has seen its full complement of visitors and is concluded. There will be an interval before the next incident when visitors will seek general consultation. So this concludes the story of the Open Reverend. Let's talk about how that turned out. So, in a highly specialized clinic in an obscure corner of the capital, specialists study the ecstatic agonies of the case known only as the Open Reverend, who once was the vicar of the parish of St. Agnes Fore Street. The blessings of St. Agnes of the Fires and St. Agnes of the Shears are ungentle, but St. Agnes of the Threshold may be her cruelest aspect. So we had a number of visitors here. We had Agdistus. Mr. Agdistus learned that the Open Reverend was not connected with the power Agdistus serves. Zachary Wakefield concluded obscurely that in the Grunwald matter, he might have enough to understand the possibilities of clarities, conducivities, and ovidic forms. Aeson became convinced that the Open Reverend had attracted the attention of the Mother of Ants, but determined, nevertheless, that he would try to heal the poor fellow. Stanislav, Father Schaller, who once had been a friend to the Open Reverend, felt that he had learned enough to give him what he might want. Yvette, Dr. Southey, knew that she could never hope to heal the Open Reverend's flesh, but he had been one of her patients, and she thought perhaps he might be again. And finally, Douglas Moore, D.I. Moore, concluded that the Open Reverend would have to be permanently closed. Nothing particular is afoot. Any visitors this season will likely just want a general consultation. MCO Constance Lee. Constable Oculate Minor Constance Lee. Don't get in her way. So she's interested in Sky. She's a visitor. She understands Aramaic, understands Greek, understands Kilisimi, so I can hire her to learn it, and that's almost certainly what I will do. It'd be nice to earn Spintria for the effort, but I do want languages. Right now we only have Fusine. He is Detective Illuminate. That's what the DI stands for. But Zachary Wakefield is no longer with the Suppression Bureau. Sorry, my hesitation on that was to because I thought it might be the other way, but I believe Douglas is still weary, still tired, still wishes that he could read his illustrated London news. Zachary's off doing other things. All right. By the way, talk, although not in the library, please. A conversation with MCO Connie Lee, librarian. I'm here on bureau business. If there's an incident card active, you can discuss it, or just leave the slot empty and offer a consultation. So as much as I'd like to offer a consultation, let's offer some tally. Tutoring in Kilisimi. My visitor can teach me the rudiments of this woven language. After tutoring you, the visitor will leave, even if they arrived on other business. That's fine, because I want the language. The reason I say that is... where is it? I could have sworn we had a Kilisimi text somewhere. There we go. 2 wombs, 1 heart. Pretty unlikely we'll be able to do the 8 heart mystery, but you never know. So I figure if a storm comes by, we've got herbs and infusions. Oh yeah, actually, it's a lot easier than I thought. So herbs and infusions is at 4 heart already. So we really just need a gale. All right, back to The World Does Not Weep. Just a reminder, Brown Joshua found in a well in Hamath. There's an unlikely story that it was abandoned by Alexander during his retreat from Issus. I'm reading, the unknown adept who wrote this proclaims, the world forgets, but the ivory dove does not. The text contains a number of prescriptions for ensuring that certain acts are remembered, including a rite which requires a sacrifice in a particularly monstrous mode. All right, we've got a surrealist painter. Painter has come to Cornwall for the famous Light of the Region's Afternoons. The surrealist painter provides Grail, Moth, and Rose assistance. Talk to her before she leaves if you want to use her services. Now, unfortunately, the tutoring in Kilisimi is probably going to take all of that up. But if they are as powerful as the last one, I'm just going to make a note here. So let's imagine for a moment that they are 4 of each. So we could go satisfaction memory or something equivalent to make it 6, and then probably domain reveline would be enough to bring them up to 8. The spices would bring them up to 9. I don't have core to bring them up to 10, so I would need to find food, or possibly they would take a pigment. I don't think they can help me with the weird cursed spire, but that's a separate question. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I think it's probably a waste of time to hire them today, but does it seem to you like this may be almost an alternate history to Cultist Simulator? I would not be surprised if this is the history with the Sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, which seems to be a different history from Cultist Simulator. So yes, I think that is possible for sure. The thing is it almost certainly takes place after Cultist Simulator as well. So it's a little difficult to figure out exactly where, like, so the differences, some differences you could attribute to the passage of time, other differences you could attribute to it taking place in one of the other histories, and I suspect that ambiguity is quite deliberate. Alright, the Hours tried to bury the memory of what happened to the wheel, the flint, the tide, and the 7 coil, but the dove won't permit it, nor will he permit what happened to the first egg to be forgotten, although it is perhaps the one thing that the watchman might ever forgive. So, putrefactions and calcinations, memory hindsight, putrefactions and calcinations, I can't remember. So the Whist and the Tryst are alright, well, I think we have enough to be able to get this back. So I can get the level 2. I don't know if I can get the level 3 though. So let's say we take that as a freebie. Serve appropriately, pour out. Pour it out. So I'm going to recover my whist in the motley bed. Glass of water. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So yeah, if I had a way of getting the tryst back, it's already midday though, so I think the better thing for me to do would be to I think we'll work with the boxes. I think we have to do them one at a time, though, so let us consider the contraband jetsam with our shop. Flung overboard in furtive haste. Who threw this overboard? So again, with putrefactions and calcinations, I'm not too worried about this. It looks like we're already going to be able to move this up. Oh god, I completely forgot to write down the world does not weep. Sorry, I've been trying to write down the results from all of the books. This book was in Cultist Simulator. It gave you the sunset right. Yes, I believe that is the one. Not so sure on the sunset right, but I don't remember what Seven Shades gives. So that's two that I kind of messed up on. So the amalgam, or was it the amalgam of... Yeah, the amalgam of Red Rose and Seven Shades are two that I forgot to write down the memory for. I'll wait for a day when I have a little bit more, I don't know, free time, a little more freedom in terms of what I can do. And then we'll test those out. Abandoned luggage, long past the help of any lost and found. Something rare, crack open the container, delight in your discovery. We also have a cat. I'm thinking I can rearrange a few things, so... Something finished. I'm trying to remember what... Oh, it's probably something in the background. Alright, so let's go... So I figured this serpentinite slab is something that I can put down in the foundry. Alright, that's the sound of the end of the day. This is why I didn't want to commit too much. I have had kind of the Matryoshka dolls approach in this before, so more skin shuck meat. It's almost like it's telling me I should not be hoarding this very useful thing. Alright. Our last element of the soul for the day. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Oh, we should still have enough time to be able to level up. Oh, hang on. Now I remember what the sound was. We should still be able to level up putrefactions and calcinations without having to give anything up. Alright, I have learned enough to puzzle out books in this language, though it might be slow going. You can also use and improve this like any other skill. Kilisimi, if there is speech in nowhere, if there is a language used by the dead, if the House of the Moon has a native tongue, then it must be Kilisimi. If none of this is true, then, if none of this is true, it is still not a language to be spoken in daylight. Each word breathes woe. Read it, as they say, and weep. So Fusine has heart and knock aspect, Kilisimi has moon and winter aspect. Excuse me. What was I trying to do? Right, we're still not talking with the surrealist painter. Is there a way to get more beverages and food, or are they finite? There are some beverages that I can make for sure. I can use, for instance, desires and dissolutions to make a witching tisane. We have crafted Solomon's preparation. Luggage sometimes washes up on the beach, so we would be able to get certain wine bottles. So I don't know if you can craft every beverage that you run into in the game, but I do get the impression that you are able to renew at least some, if not all. And I don't think it's a coincidence that there is a kitchen range here. I suspect some of the things like herbs and infusions will allow you to craft things. So here we go, and here's a bottle of Domain Reveille. How did I avoid the book's malady? So the trick on this is to be careful with what the curse says. So for instance, we were able to read the Fifth Eye Curse books because it affects Fet and Faust, but we didn't use Fet and Faust to read the Forge books. In fact, Fet and Faust are not relevant for Forge, so that's how we dodged it there. So it's very similar for The World Does Not Weep. In this case, Chionic Theoplasma. In this case, it affects your tryst and your health. So in this case, we don't have winter aspect in our health, and we don't have winter aspect in our tryst. So in this case, we used whist, and then we used just the elements that we had available. So you can in fact read tainted books, just so long as you're sort of careful to make sure that you're not putting the element of the soul that you need. The big catch is that if you try, I imagine where you really get caught by those is, let's say you try your luck by giving almost enough, but not the full amount that you need for an item. So like those times when we've had a 10 mystery that we've used 9 for, let's say. In those situations, if it asks you for an element of the soul, well, I guess if the element of the soul isn't relevant, then you still don't do that. But there are some situations where you can imagine you might put something in to try and achieve a particular outcome. Or, of course, if you're cataloging something, you don't know that it's cursed until it's too late. But those are a couple of situations where you get hit by them. But it's sometimes the curses and such, they have less bite than you would imagine. All right, I think I've just screwed up with my whist, but I'm gonna lock it in no matter what. The one thing, because it says curses can spread, I'm not going to add it to the main library. Yeah, for sure. So if I try to there's actually one reason why I still keep these in the morgue, just so that I don't try and nab the memories. I mean, if they had a particularly rare memory, then I'd put on the gloves and do my best. But yeah, for the most part, I want to avoid messing with that. So I think depending on the weather tomorrow, I will probably wind up trying to unpack more of the packages. But priority number 1 is to get putrefactions and calcinations taken care of. I also don't think it would hurt for me to compare what I have available to me for skills against... All right, it's a storm, so that changes everything. So, because it's a storm, we've got 4 heart, 4 sky. This is the most powerful weather. I should be paying attention to things like the weird cursed spire, because if I can get someone up to 8 sky... Actually... No, Fisherman's 2 moon, 1 sky. Still, storm is time of intense sky and intense heart. So I think we've already got the heart taken care of, but let's just double check that. Yeah, so the storm's not going to be helpful for unlocking rooms in the house. Unless, of course, we somehow, like if we wind up with a, particularly powerful, so like if we had the engineer, for instance, the engineer we'd already be able to bring up to 8 with that storm. So I am maybe going to make an effort to see if we've got the engineer at the Sweet Bones. I don't know, just hang on. I like talking out my options. So yes, a book is a possibility. But yeah, the other question that comes up, so a big one for me would be the heart book would be an appealing one. The challenge is that I think we're still shy of what we need from I think we're shy from what we really need for our heart. Mind you, we do have 2 wombs, 1 heart, so... Oh, actually, with herbs and infusions, yeah, we're at 4, so this is actually a piece of cake. Let's maybe see if we can get a little more ambitious with our heart. Instruments of the heart is 10, so yeah, we can actually do that. We could take the storm, we could take herbs and infusions, we could add our health to get it to 9, and then we add the kitchen bowl to bring it to 10. And we can do that with notes on bindings or the Geminiad 1 as well. I think I'm going to do the Geminiad 1 if we do go for the book. So, that's the most likely option. But I do like the idea of thinking about, like, I do kind of want to see if we can get something to help us with the building. So, putrefactions and calcinations requires either Trist or Whist. I'm going to need 2... Okay. Oh, maybe it's related. Yeah, okay, so let's use Shapt with our money. Let's go... We'll get the Regret. I figure probably a confounding parable is sufficient for putrefactions and calcinations. So I have a few options in terms of health, but I kind of want to keep this in reserve just in case. We do also need an element of the soul to actually read the book, so. Actually, there was a small blunder in using my Fost so early because Fost will also allow me to improve sky aspect. That's fine. For the day's priorities, we're covered. We've got putrefactions and calcinations in the bag. We have something we can use for the health, or for the storm, rather. And then we'll have a element of the soul left over. Okay, so it looks like the characters are randomly generated. On an unusual pilgrimage, an unusual nun. Nuns don't usually travel alone. This one does. The Sister of the Triple Knot provides Knock, Moon, and Grail. So I suppose this means if I was really desperate, I could keep sort of cycling this through. So let's just deal with the hypothetical. If I were to hire this nun... So there's the Grail. So if they had 4 Moon... I could use the Tryst to... I'm having dangerous thoughts. Okay. So assuming they have 4 Moth. I can use my Tryst to make that 5. I can use the Lunar Globe to make that 6. And then we just need a relevant memory. Confounding Parable, for instance. And then we've got it. Okay. I think I'm going to do it. I just need to be kind of careful with how I'll hire this one for a day. So I do need to be kind of careful in terms of how I navigate the rest of the day. So we will get a glass of water for recovery. So we'll use, we're recovering the shaft here because there's no real reason to... Okay, yep, it's 4 of everything. The Sisters of the Triple Knot are long gone from this corner of the world, aren't they? Hey, Evil's Resurgence. Yeah, so... I'm sort of setting myself up for a rather narrow path with this nun, but I think it still works. So, Secret Sorrows may join our strengths. Boost Moth and Moon. So I think we've kind of already committed to doing the the heart text. So that's herbs and infusions, a storm, health. Mop and bucket. And... oh, do I have Regensburg Bomb in my list? I do. All right. So I've got multiple heart texts, but we'll start with the Geminiad one. A fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language, Fusine, is much older. The cover is tooled goat skin decorated with garnet, and it actually just occurred to me, Fusine also has heart aspects, so we didn't even really need the storm. So with that in mind, I'm actually not going to read this particular one, because we will be able to read it... We would actually be able to read that with a solace. Oops. So what I want is to read something that's in English, because then I can't... Yeah, no, the special assistants are very powerful. So that's even just pushed out the frontier in terms of like what I can do even further. All right, I can master this mystery enough heart to match mystery heart. All right. My confounding parable. There's my regret. So the confounding parable could be used with the nun, but we do want to improve putrefactions and calcinations. But of course, once we get our shaft back, we'll improve the nun's assistance again. Alright, the skill is now level 3, its power aspects have also increased. So there's one thing we can do with the nun right away, and that's give her the globe, and then we can start talking, and maybe we'll get lucky in terms of... lunar globe. Maybe if we talk, we'll get lucky in terms of the memories that generate. So I think I need to start moving some of the texts. So Killisimi I don't think will help me because it doesn't have, it doesn't have heart. Geminiad is definitely one that's within our capabilities. Right, this tool has boosted their aspects appropriately. I think I messed this up. Oh, no, they're at 6. And we needed 8, if I recall correctly. Yep. Okay, where was I? 25 seconds until we have an element of the soul to get us the memory. Right, I need to figure out... So Geminiad for sure. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there might be a couple of texts that we can actually read that I just haven't been properly paying attention to. Okay, so we got Solace. So interestingly enough, we would actually, if I had an element of the soul, with that Solace I would have been able to read the Geminiad with that. What I'll do here, we will talk with the nun again. But this time I'm going to read 108. That should be at Ambrose's desk, though. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go through my too difficult pile and actually make the case for why I can't read this. Alright, I can believe that bells and braziers is my most powerful. Okay, so 4 metal, 5 with shaft. Well, something just finished. Oh, yeah. Alright, notes on bindings. Gideon DeWolf, 5th Baron Brandkrug, discusses techniques shared between medical suturing, tailoring, and carefully, elusively, the binding of restless spirits. Gideon's favorite motif is the history of the flesh. He insists obscurely that histories should be woven, not written. And Gideon speaks reverently of the weird weft, which he has achieved by applying stitching and binding arts to a fabric in the presence of sufficient heart. He laments, however, that its complexities only approach those understood by the sisterhood of the knot, which in turn are only a shadow of the true braid of histories. Okay, that's a new skill, by the way. There is quite a bit for me to do. A new skill, nothing is entirely broken nor entirely whole, not so long as we have our needles. Okay, 30 seconds and we have our memory. So I'm going to start this. I'm reclaiming this for having read. We're out of space inside the reading room, so I gotta do my best with what we've got. Alright. So this will eventually become a 2. So that's got Heart, Sky, and it's effective against infestations. More Gossip. So there's the 8 moon influence that we needed. So tomorrow we definitely need the heart and the sky before we go too far. I'm just trying to think if I messed up with any other texts, because I haven't been on top of recording them as much as I should. Alright, and we will use the nun to open up the Creeper Crowded Descent. I actually think the beta closed the last time I was here. Like, this was the farthest you could go, so this is probably going to be a brand new room for me. Leaves, flowers, and thorns, especially thorns. Okay, I've got a couple texts. I think actually the texts in the... Yeah, World Does Not Weep we've already got. Okay, those are fine. So again, I want to make the case for why I can't read certain books. So Glimmerings, we were to combine Bells and Braziaries. So 6, 7 with the Tool. Oh, yeah, okay. So 4, Memory is 6, Tool is 7, Shopped is 8. So that's definitely achievable. Wait, 8. 8! What was I thinking? Okay, yes. So I can get it up to 8, not 10. Sort of the same argument for Instruments of the Heart, 10, not... so the reason we can do the Geminiad is because it... I get the extra heart from the language. I'm kind of automatically dismissing these as too hard, but I should actually take the time. So Geminiad 3 is a 12 moth. So I've got 7. All right, yeah, this is why I need to pay attention to this stuff. So Edict's Liminal is 7. I add the Tryst, which is 9. I add the Barber's Shears, which is 10. So then I just need 2 moth Memory, which should be Impulse. Yep. So we can, in fact, read the 3rd volume of Geminiad. Definitely don't have what it takes for Rose. Again, for the sake of completeness, I will take a look. But I actually think the only Rose I have may be as low as 1, maybe 2. Okay, preliminal meter. So. But yeah, I don't see that working for us. So 14 Grail. I feel like I already have a higher Grail, so I'm going to skip over that. I should take 14 Edge seriously, so 6... Nope. Right, we went over this before. 14 Moon, again, something worth taking seriously, but yeah, it runs out of steam once I realize I only have 5 Moon. Still, the 2 hard pile is actually starting to shrink. Which is good, because like I said, I need to reclaim... reclaim these shelves. I'm just going to take a second here to double check that I have the languages required. Or don't have the languages required, as the case may be. Yeah. Okay. Still a good day's work. I suppose one small drawback is that I haven't finished unpacking the storage, but I feel like unpacking is that's something I can kind of do when I need to find other things to do. All right. Ooh, that looks nice. Well descent. Rungs line the well's side. This must lead down to the oldest part of the isle, to the shrines of the sisterhood. It may be that the servants of the De Wolf family still came here in secret, even while they paid lip service to the rites of the unconquered sun. So the root throng descent, 9 heart, 9 nectar, 9 scale. Aglyphoto scented candle. Shears of the sisterhood. Animal bones. What remains? Okay. Definitely some interesting things to work with. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Sense Sign Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase, which check the book icon to the right. Each flame his fuel. A work by Omar the Blaze, an initiate or craftsmaster at the Labyrinth of Lions. So this has a tally price of 5, probably because I've been buying everything I can get my hands on. However, it is written in Deep Mandiac, and I am poor in Spintra, so not happening today. Hail. So there are a number of things that can happen here. I'd rather not use the hail for stitching and binding. So I'm going to need... okay, we'll keep one frost... excuse me. One frost aside. So Trist for 1... Okay, so this will get me a solace. I think I'll read the Morphe Codex. That should get me a song. Okay, so that's the lesson stitching and binding dealt with. I do have the option of reading a text. I actually can't remember how far... I'm sure there's probably a beta well, I'm assuming you mean streamer, because I'm pretty sure... I'm like 99% sure there are beta testers that actually completed the game. I was never going to be one of those people with my schedule, but yeah, I didn't know that about the streamers, though. So... I will confess there is a temptation to reading the Geminiad Volume 1. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is that this will probably be something that gives me some lessons learned, and I don't know how close we are to Numa. So there can be an argument for me holding back on some of the more intense books. Yeah, well, I know in the beta, I think they kept the bottommost levels a surprise, so I guess there's a little bit of a temptation for me to check that out early, but honestly I'm just going where the game let me. Good news is we have Wednesday still for a stream, so although again I need to be kind of careful at the time that I'm running at. So yeah, I might sit back on the books for a bit and wait until Numa passes. So it says it happens every 9 months and the exact time is unknown. So what I take that as is that Numa is randomly generated after 9 seasons. It could be that it is nine seasons like clockwork. I would be surprised if it was, though. But I have no idea if it happens mid-season or not. I would assume it would have to. We're forbidden from checking that. All right, let's... Sorry, I need to get my head on straight again. All right, Edge and Sky. So I know we were just here, but okay, so with 10, let's hear the argument. So 10 sky, I get 3 from the hail, 4 from the frost. Okay. 3 hail, 4 frost, 8 with sights and sensations, 9 with the astrolabe. So it's a risk, but it's like a calculated risk. What's my alternative? There really isn't one. Well, okay, sorry. The alternative is to take another hireling again. So if we got that engineer, they'd start with 4. Then we could take them up to 7. Eight with the tool, 9 with the element of the soul. Where would the remaining 3 come from? Yeah, we are tantalizingly close, but I think we're actually coming up short in terms of food and drink for Sky. So I guess the next problem is that it's all well and good. Like, so I kind of started off saying it's like we shouldn't read the Geminiad because I'm worried that Numa will hit us and we're stuck with a bunch of lessons learned that we don't know how to handle. And yet here I am turning around saying, hey, I should read this difficult book. The thing is that like the weather is an exceptional event, so I don't think it's entirely inconsistent to run with that. But yeah, the more I think of it, the more I think the Sky text makes sense. So we'll read the other Eye of the Serpent. We'll add the hail. We will add sights and sensations. We'll add Faust. And we'll add the astrolabe. So essentially we just need one of the special events to go in our favor. And I'm going to be watching this like a hawk. I'm actually not going to bother with any of the other stuff until even stitching and binding. I'm not going to commit the Faust until we see, because we've had a lot of, like most of the times that we've done one of these, it'll say, just give us another element of the soul. This is one of the rare times we can actually satisfy that requirement. So memory will be a bit harder. I'm not willing to invest specifically. Actually, no, I am willing to invest specifically in a Sky memory. We're already working on that. So yeah, I'm potentially sacking stitching and binding for this, but I think it's worth it. Okay, so there's our beguiling melody. There's still a chance. So, a memory or extra effort soul. So yeah, we'll use the soul and then we just use the health with stitching and binding. Piece of cake. And I'm actually also going to... Well, how much of the Eigengrau do I want to drink? We can always get more. I think I'll just lock this in right now. I can't see a situation where I wouldn't want to employ the... I overdid it. All right, so the other eye of the serpent, in which the heresiarch Signifer attempts to resolve certain mysteries of lightning. Signifer considers lightning to be the division, the connection, the joined serpent. The serpent's eye is said to be the sun, but as the division and connection, it must have had a second eye. Signifer considers and rejects 3 times the hypothesis that the moon is the serpent's other eye, insisting that it and the sun do not share a nature. This, as much as the serpent business, excuse me, is what got him burnt by the church. He proposes that the serpent's teeth are towers, that the serpent's mouth is a gate, that the serpent is a devourer of ease, and therefore the serpent's other eye is amber. Sorry. All right. I have so many books in my my list now. So the memory out of that is a pattern. And I believe this is the first we've gotten Anbury and Lapidary. So that actually worked rather well, for reasons you will see in a moment. It does. I even get a tryst left over, which I can employ towards opening one of these containers. Right, the skill is now level 2. Its power aspects have also increased. So, first of all, we take Anbury and Lapidary. A new skill, Lightning is a little life, and jewels are its eyes. Ava de Wolf. So even though we only have a few elements of the soul, we were actually able to get the second level for Anbury and Lapidary. This turn. And we actually still have a pattern left over. Alright, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So consider that. We take the lesson, we put Shaft as an effort, we give it the beguiling melody. There's always more. Wait a minute. Yeah, we got it. There's always more to learn. So the funny thing is, if I wanted, I can actually check one of those books that I messed up with. But in this case, I think I'll just open one of the containers. So it deserved a little quiet time. Yeah, so we have 2 boxes of rarities to I think I'm also going to take the pitcher of water and put it in my inventory. The Eigengrau can move as well. Oriflames, thanks you for your continued interest. Alright, so nothing new in terms of like where I'm going with any of this. Sights and Sensations is still my most powerful sky, but it's still getting me further along. Crack open the container, delight in your discovery. I think maybe I'll also move some of the food to the appropriate places. It's getting kind of full. You're kidding me. You could drive a truck through that, come on. So I think it's 8 per line, so 8, 16, 24, 32, 40, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. 50 if you don't include the languages, but languages are skills. Alright, desiccated witchworms. Nasty little things, but almost safe when they're dead. I'm pretty sure we have desiccated witchworms. Yeah, they're right here. Put them by the flowers. Okay. I mean, I could pretty much empty out this whole place, but night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I'm trying to think if I had fabric anywhere else. I can't do anything with Grail, Edge, Forge, well, a little Forge. Grail, Edge, and Rose, though, useless. A gale. Okay, that makes life interesting. Fair enough. So I guess this is the same argument as the hail. So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get burned by this one day, but So maybe it makes sense to like not do anything until we see how this turns out. It's only a minute, so we'll have the rest of the day to make our decisions. So for this text, Sunset Celia and the End of Days. An Obliviate adept identified only as the Emiliano rants desperately about the part Sunset Celia played in the Intercalate as the proxy of the sun. So once we know what we're dealing with, I'll open the box of rarities, and after that, maybe we see if we can find a... well, I should maybe think for a minute about any potential powerful hirelings, but I'm inclined to hire them for sure. Still a chance, so we can use weather or soul. Okay, so we've got the soul. I suppose at that point we should just wait to see what the result is. Now she walks behind the watchman, but did she always? She has many of the characteristics of a maid in the mirror, after all. In older texts, she has been called the Caelia, she's been called Caelia the Elegabline. Perhaps she was his daughter, perhaps Tryphon's sister, perhaps, like the watchman himself, she is like a shadow cast by two candles. What must be revealed will be revealed. Our order's root is tainted, but its branches flourish beneath the shelter of the watchman's greater tree. I shall invoke its rights before the chancel, the cruciate, and the road. I shall write a final history, or another shall write it for me. Okay, so what does this translate into? Foresight. Sacre Lemay. Okay, that's actually going to be a reasonably challenging one for us, but not impossible. So I need the Tryst to level it up. Now, interestingly enough, this is one of the few times that it did not give me something that will actually improve. So let me just double check what I need to level it up. Yeah, so the Shaft and the Whist will be sufficient. Okay, Dairies Book 1 and anything that'll give me a solace. And you know what? This is not the most exciting use, but I think I'm going to use my health to open this last container. Something small and rare. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. So I mean, this has been a pretty good day in terms of turning, or like the last little while has been pretty good in terms of giving us quite a bit more power. We're gonna go up to 4. All right. Memory Solace. Memory Impulse. Silver Spintra. Probably just as well the Oriflamme's auction went by, otherwise I would have spent it on something I didn't need to. Alright, so let's boost you while we can. So in future I need to remember that I need 3 of these for the next level. And then I think that's it for the day. So yeah, I think for tomorrow, what we want to do now is think about what we do for tomorrow. So I think the first thing we do is lock in the upgrade to level 4. I mean, given the way it's turned out, maybe I was wrong to hold back on the Geminiad. On the other hand, if I've got elements of the soul left over, maybe that's a time for me to hire someone and see if we can go deeper into the well and such. I guess a lot of this is kind of contingent on the weather. And then I suppose another thing I can do is just test to see what I can actually make with all of these skills, because I feel at this point I should be making, at minimum I should be making an ink just so I can go to the Rattling Bridge. If I recall correctly, there are actually books there. But again, the silly thing is that even though I've actually shortened, like I've kind of shortened the pipeline in terms of books, I have 4 that I can read at any given time, I think. So Herbs and Illusions, I can get up to 6, and then I just need a memory. The Nectar is a little bit more of a challenge, but... yeah, let's see what the next day brings. I think I'm probably going to have to wrap it up here. 1, just because of the time, but number 2, I've been very foggy, full stop, but I definitely feel that the last little while I've definitely needed to sort of fight to keep my attention. So I think that's a good signal for me to pack it in. But I'm pretty happy with where we're at. There's a couple of rooms that I'd like to see unlocked, but again, you know, choices have consequences. So if I don't commit things to the Tree of Wisdoms, I can't get mad that I'm not able to, you know, unlock edge rooms or grail rooms. I guess the one thing I can say is that the fact that I've been able to do this while only committing 1 skill to the Tree of Wisdoms is something of a testament to how flexible the game is in terms of its approach. You know, like again, I wouldn't necessarily recommend playing this way. You are kind of cutting yourself off from a major source of progress in the game. But... you know, it's not like this game is a pushover. If you want to see me kind of try and commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdoms, the YouTube series is one of those things that, like the YouTube series will show an example of that. But I feel like it's yeah, like this is an interesting enough challenge without me necessarily having to get additional elements of the soul. The elements of the soul are just going to eventually give me access to some of the places I've been short on. So, anyways, let's go. So we'll leave aside a Fost for the upgrade. I'm still going to skip the... Yeah, I guess I technically only have 2 elements of the soul to play around with after that, so... Just wanted to double check Moth and Sky, so we'll do Morphe Codex. I hope I didn't screw that up. No, we're good. Okay, and Rose of Hypatia, if I can find it. They're pretty distinctive color covers. There we go. Okay. That's the lessons taken care of. If I'd been thinking, I would have kept some of the whist so that I can maybe try and do some kind of an ink. Actually, I can check my spreadsheet. Yeah, so I can already make Catwink. Actually, to be honest, I think I've been kind of wasting the day, but let's, we can recover. Again, I should have recognized what the weather was before I... This is probably a very silly thing for me to do. Interesting. Okay, yeah. I think I'm honestly just setting myself up for a Numa hit here, but I'll run with it. I can master this mystery, enough heart to match mystery heart. And I am going to offer up the cat wink. I'm not even going to bother crafting it. Each time the wind makes its rounds, the whole bridge shakes. On its threshold, there's a serpentine knot in browned blood. The mark is fading, but it still trembles with the power of the spirit that waits in it. A great servant of the old house, perhaps the last of the fine takers themselves. I must pacify it with a suitable offering before I can pass. So this doesn't really change the sky equation, and we are already ahead for a moth, but still hard to complain. Alright, the Geminiad, a fragile manuscript illuminated by the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty, and with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language Fusine is much older. The cover is tooled goatskin decorated with garnet. These pages outline the nature and the doctrine of an hour that weaves together the willing, an hour that is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge, the sister and witch. The language is willful, naughty, poetic. It will take some untangling. That's a lot of books. So I'll probably start cataloging if I can't get a an upgrade, but let's see where this goes. The first volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the sister and witch have been known to manifest as the witch and sister, and that this face is always hungry while the other face may heal. It implies connections between the sister and witch and the hours of the upper Mansus, especially the lunar hour called the Menascate, but it is ambiguous on whether the sister and witch is a Mansus hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. Okay. So there's some possibilities here, but because we're already at 2 on weaving and not working, also because it requires yeah, I think in this case I'm just going to take the hit and we'll upgrade it tomorrow. So yeah, with my Faust, I think we just catalog. If Numa comes, it's going to be very tricky. But I'm gonna plow ahead. After this room, so the Vestibulum Transitus. The Vestibulum Transitus was the Rhine name the Curia gave this structure. Before it was Valentine's Bridge, the sheltered crossing beyond which Baron Valentine's solitude was assured. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents, so this has keeper skin. This book is blotched with keeper skin, a luminous fungus that grows in the wood we see in sleep and enters the world when a dreamer inhales its spores. Keeper skin contamination can affect your Arab and your core and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against corruptions if you provide at least 7 nectar. It's also a 10 nectar mystery and written in Crack Track. This time I'm willing to fast forward because I kind of already know what we want to do tomorrow. Okay, if we have another 10 sky, that messes with our plans a little bit. 12 sky. I don't, yeah, I I like to be bold, but that's a little too much. I feel like I should do something with the winter, though. Okay, let's think about how we're going to improve weaving and not working. So I need a total of 5 heart and moth when all is said and done. Which I can supply if I focus all of my efforts. So that's gonna be what I do. Okay. I can't remember if I've got Peruvian diaries or not. I have like a rough idea of where stuff should be if I do have it, but I actually genuinely don't remember. I'm gonna say we don't have it. also think I'm going to learn how difficult it is to level this up. All right, sorry, my laptop was giving me a bit of attitude. Okay. So we've got a storm, a solace. Okay, so this is solace, storm, impulse. Weirdly enough, that's all I got. Oops. So I'm going to look for the Perugian diaries while we let that run. Something finished. Oh, hell. Yeah, I got nothing. I think we'll still work through weaving and not working, but I think we're just going to have to be a little more patient in terms of how the upgrade works. I guess that also means the snow gets lost. I actually don't feel too comfortable with that, so I think I'm gonna pour some water and take a nap. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna need that no matter what, because I need the extra. I need the extra memories. Okay, so Deoris 1 for the impulse. Skill is now level 3. Its power aspects have also increased. So the one thing that will happen in Numa is we're going to have to figure out what to do with the Earth sign. I actually don't have any good plans for it, but after... Yeah, so I mean, overall, I guess I need to think about what the main plans are. So obviously read what I can and... level things up. That winds up being self-reinforcing because, at that point I have more skills to read the more difficult books with. Now that we have access to more powerful hirelings, that can actually be a problem in its own right, just because I need to come up with a sensible division in terms of how I should spend my day. Alright. So whatever I do, don't take solace. Oh, Paulo Messias is the obvious choice. Yeah, so we have... Oh, actually, this is a big change. So this will be 5 heart soon. So 5 heart, 6 with the tool, which basically means I just need... Yeah, I just need a memory. And we take that one. It is a little bit of a shame to see these specific ones getting the points that they do. So like Sacralamea, obviously that does, like, the fact that it's got the sky is nice, but it doesn't give us anything that the moth, or in terms of moth. Similarly with weaving and not working. The higher heart is definitely nice, but the moth is still behind Edict's Liminal. Still, hard to complain about your skills getting better. Okay, so that's the day spoken for. Let's speed it up. I think I may potentially call it here. We're already 2 hours past where I would normally be. But I am kind of tempted to see what the next day brings. Alright, yearly stipend. The yearly stipend from St. Ronwin's has arrived, along with the usual rather sniffy reminder that I should spend it wisely. Current affairs, what's happening in the world beyond Brandkrug, what visitors will the season bring, and it is raining. Lots and lots of things happening. Okay, so we've got a fair amount of money. Yeah, I actually think this is a really good time for me to take stock. So we've got rain. Now, rain doesn't quite mean what it used to. Obviously, we don't have the gardener kicking around. but I can use it with Grail and I can use it with Nectar. Mr. Kill. Oh yes, sorry, I should also recognize that I've got other rooms to go into now. So the Shrouded Space, 10 Moon, 10 Winter. With Mr. Kill, we know the base value is 6. Yeah, so base value 6, 8 with a memory, 10 with the element of the soul. So we definitely can get to the Shrouded Space. The Squawkful Logia is another question. That one's more difficult for us to access. Again, neither of these are very high priorities compared to reading the existing texts. What I'm really interested in is there a way that we can turn this Grail, this Rain into a Grail text or an unlocked room. So I should also say Nectar text. So with our health, so 3 Nectar with the Rain, 6 Nectar with Herbs and Infusions, 7 with the Tool. So close, but not quite there. As far as Grail goes, oh, that's even worse than hard. Well, unless we've got, well, we're at 6. So if we had an Arab, that would settle the matter. Okay, so realistically what I'm looking for here would be Grail to bestow on someone to explore for me. That, or maybe I'll just make a Witching to Sane. The other possibility I can entertain is, just say, hang the threat of Numa. Read books while I can. And then live with the consequences if it goes against me. Excuse me. I'm not sure that's the smartest thing I could do. But yeah, and then we've got a new event coming up. So would have been nice to get a few more languages, but I'm not going to complain about the event. But this actually feels like a really good place to finish. So I think here are the broad strokes about what I want to do. I think if I can't find something for... Okay, so... I'm going to try and... Actually, I can do that by default. So we'll use the FOST for that one. Seek unusual help, what visitors might be passing through. So that's going to give us some information in terms of what we have available in terms of hirelings. My next priority is going to be to read the book. It's the Geminiad Volume 3, so we take the Tryst, we take the Edicts Liminal, so that's 9. So why did I think I could do this? 10 with the scissors. Okay, so we need the memory. Okay, so Deoris Volume 1. Okay, so we've got the Geminiad Volume 3 for sure. We have 3 elements of the soul that we can throw at our problems. Okay. I wanted to wrap it up, but I'm too curious about what's coming up, so... The fare of thee develops in the world beyond Brandkrug. Is there someone en route to Hush House? Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore. The affair of the second skin. Immortals change more slowly than most of us, but even immortals change sometime. In the city of Marrakesh, the Labite Abscessius has begun a dramatic and dangerous metamorphosis, one that's alarming friends and enemies alike. All right. Skulking nearby, a fugitive. Scale, edge, and hearts. Alright, so what can I do with scale and... No! Alright, I'm gonna work on that on my own time. So on a scale, edge, and heart side, well, yeah, there is a possibility there. So let's imagine that they start with 4. So if they're 4, we give them a contradiction, which will turn them into a 6. We give them the saw, which will turn them into a 7. We feed them tea, which will turn them into an 8, and we've got it. Okay, so we can definitely unlock this room. I'm going to lock in the... I'm going to lock in the Geminiad now. So let's get him the contradiction. Wainscot histories. Actually, I think we'll just play the day. Oh dear, where are you? Alright, Lieutenant Arthur Thomas Moore, retired. Hero, pilgrim, traitor. He'll always be a soldier, but never again can he be only a soldier. Hired. Alright. So I can start by equipping the fugitive with a saw. I can lend my assistant something to help increasing their abilities. And you know what, I'm also going to... it's a little bit wasteful with the water, but given the fact that I can draw it up, I am going to recover the Faust. Mostly just because if I can't use it to upgrade a skill, I can at the very least use it to catalog a book. Okay, so other things we can do to make the fugitive more useful. We've given them a tool. We can't give them an element of the soul. We can give them a memory, which hopefully will be coming soon. We can give them something to drink. So they're at 5. We need 8. We have just the tea to do the drink. Oh, but I'm probably going to have to pour it. So the nice thing would have been to get the Sabazine, but didn't quite work out that way. Okay, there's the contradiction we needed. So the funny thing here is I think it actually makes a little more sense to keep talking with him. So we'll apply the contradiction. Exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And then for the rest of the day, we'll keep talking because presumably after we read the Geminiad Volume 2, we're going to have something that we want to upgrade. So the Geminiad Volume 3, a fragile manuscript illuminated with the twin shapes of sad and luminous beauty with all the phases of the moon. It might be as old as the 7th century, but the language we've seen is much older. Coral decorates its cover, and its page edges are sharp enough to slash a throat. These pages outline the nature and the doctrines of an hour that demands the union of what has been separated, and an hour that is sought at the water's edge and beneath the moon, the witch and sister. The language is elusive and enigmatic, intricate. It'll take some untangling. Okay, so again, we're going to keep talking with this fella to see, at least until we know what memories we need to upgrade something. The third volume of the Geminiad reminds us that the witch and sister has been known to manifest as the sister and witch, and that this face may heal while the other face is always hungry. It implies connections between the witch and sister and the hours of the wood, especially the secret keeper called the Velvet, but it is ambiguous on whether the witch and sister is a wood hour proper, and it speaks at length about the sadness of the two who are one, the sadness that remains from their time as flesh. So it gives us resurgences and emergences and a beguiling them. No. So that will not be too hard to upgrade, I don't think. Unfortunately, I do not have the right elements of the soul for that. That's a real shame, actually, because the rain would have helped a lot. So much so, actually, that I'm going to try and at least recover the Tryst. This is reckless. I'm kind of short on Eigengrau, but Okay, we know we are not going to be able to take advantage of the memories anymore, so we will unlock the dim hall. The walls are hung with weapons. As I essay the threshold, a whisper troubles the still air, and a pair of wall-hung swords glints menacingly. More of Van Loren's protections. They seem much stronger on the seaward than the landward side of the house. One might begin to wonder if they were intended to protect against outsiders at all. Okay, we will also talk with Thomas More. No problem, DigiInferno. I'm actually wrapping up right after this, and I mean it this time. Labites are much favored at the Labyrinth of Lions. Abacassus himself made a pilgrimage there not so long ago. When they break faith with the Lionsmith, the duty often falls to those me and my companions to bring them to the Labyrinth for punishment. To slay a Labite, that is difficult. To take a Labite alive, that is difficult enough to bring me here, to you, for help. So we need to give him an edge text. I actually don't have that many edge texts, but... I am resolved not to fail in the matter, but what will become of Abacassus in the coils of the labyrinth, that I cannot say. Okay, let's catalog some books. All right. Yeah. So like I said, we'll wait for the day to finish. I'm really crossing my fingers that we get our tryst in time. All right, Kukurbit, prisoner records, 1927. That's probably too difficult. Locksmith Stream and Cursus, that is definitely one that we can read. Lieutenant Moore resolved to take Abacassus into the custody of the Labyrinth of Lions. Back there. All right. We have got the Iron Book. So I should be able to read both of those. So I think there's a reasonably good chance we'll be able to upgrade resurgences and emergences. Hey, Rouge Light Girl. Oh, thank you very much for the raid. I'm sorry. I'm 2.5 hours past when I wanted to. Actually, 3.5 hours past when I wanted to finish, and I am actually like completely drained as far as the just as far as tiredness is going. Like the game definitely got its hooks in me, so I'm doing one extra day, but I do need to say I'm probably wrapping up when we see what the weather is tomorrow. I'm confident enough in this that I'm actually going to start organizing my table again. What were you streaming though? Do we not have a 5? Alright, the skill is now level 2, its power aspects have also increased. So the most important thing there is that we got our tryst back for tomorrow. Where are we? I always find something to ruin the day. Alright. I would prefer if I can to sort things within the numerical codes, but let's at least get like the level 2s in level 2. Oh, there's actually, well, it seemed like there was more space. Apparently not if you have a card in there though. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3. Did you have the Twitch integration turned on? I did it when it was in early access, but I haven't actually streamed the full version. I have played the full version. It's very good, but haven't had the pleasure of streaming it since the early run. Okay, so yes. 5 moon, 5 winter, 5 heart, 5... Okay, that's where it should be. Yeah, I guess the rest of these, it doesn't matter so much. Actually, weirdly enough, Horns and Ivories is more important because of its knock. Yeah, I think the rest of this I'm okay just sort of letting the chips kind of fall where they may. It'll still take some getting used to, but... Oh, I think I know where you are. That's the one who, there's like the two brothers wondering where their sister is. I am guessing you've seen her true form then. Anyways, also, hello people from Rouge Light Girls stream. I am very sorry that I'm not putting on a better show here, but I am just wiped. So I want a quick signal on what the day brings. Okay, a sunny day, that can kind of mean anything. So we'll set aside the tryst. Let's get a FOSS. So for resurgences and emergences, I just want to lock in the... Okay, so we just need to, and it's Grail and Moth. And then Fekri's Herbery should help us with the last one. Okay, so the remaining question for the 3 elements of the soul will be, do I want to try and hire someone? Do we want to try and read another book? I think the book's probably not a bad idea because we've got the Locksmith's Dream, we've got the Iron Book, we've got a few of these things kicking around. But yeah, anyways, I'm going to call it there because otherwise I'm just never going to finish. So I'm just going to start calling these things you know what? Twitch August 14 is sufficient. So thank you everybody for watching. There's a very healthy viewership, so I really appreciate that. I do want to try and find someone to host, so let's just see what we've got here. Okay, so I notice, I do not know who this is, but there is a streamer called Todarodes, who looks like they are starting an aspirant run. So I think I'm going to raid them for that. Just a reminder of the plans this week. So tomorrow I'm definitely taking my day off. I have so much stuff I need to catch up on because of the time that I streamed here, but you all definitely made it worthwhile, so thank you for that. Wednesday will be the last stream before the game comes out, so we will try and make the progress that we can, that basically I set up on this one. I will try and make sure I've got a good night's sleep and just everything else is in place. Thursday, the game will release, and I will be on Steam. I hope I get a chance to catch you all there. And then finally, on Thursday, we will be interviewing the developers of the game, and then whatever remaining time will be spent playing Book of Hours. I'll be doing a new run for that just to help people understand what's going on. But yes, if you're interested in that, that will be on the GOG channel. So I have nothing else to say. I'm just going to raid this person. Please treat them well. I have no idea if they know the game well or not. but I definitely want to help support more Cultist Simulator stuff. So, and nobody's playing Book of Hours. So until next time, thank you very much for watching. I guess I need to talk my way through the raid, and yeah. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. See ya.